Folks watching going, crackling is drowning out people's talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5:30, and I will call our work session to order. This is the Burnsville City Council work session for August 10th, 2021. And our work sessions are informal, and we go directly to our agenda items. But I want everyone to know that the meetings are in person and virtual, and you can access our meetings on burnsvillemn.gov/meetings, or you can watch us on channel 16 and 859. The public can also participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join or call 651-372-8299. More information is available on our meeting webpage and in the council work packet. So our first item this evening is the Heart of the City Design Framework, and kicking off for the Heart of the City Framework is this Regina Dean, and yeah, okay, it says, yeah,
I thought it was.
but yeah.
Good evening.
Yes, Regina Dean, and also we have a guest who is doing work, Jeff McNamara? McMenamin. Okay, I should let Regina introduce you. Regina, good evening.
Good evening,
Jeff.
Mayor, members of the council. So myself and Jen Desrud, our city engineer behind me, we're co-leading this project. This is the Heart of the City Design Framework refresh. So back in 1999 is when
Yes.
the original Heart of the City Design Framework kicked off, or actually was implemented. And it's been quite some time since that was done. We've seen lots of development occur throughout the heart of the city, lots of great development, not only on the private side, but also within the public realm as well. And after seeing that go through its life cycle, we thought it would be a great idea to have a refresh of that framework. So tonight, Jeff McMenamin with Damon Farber is going to highlight an overview of the plan, their firm, and what the overall goals and objectives of the plan are. And certainly we can stand for any questions. So I'll turn it over to Jeff. Thank you.
Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. It's
Yeah.
a pleasure to be here. Keep this at a high level tonight,
Yep.
and try to be as brief as possible. So it's an important project, and we've assembled a multidisciplinary team with experience working in the Burnsville community. Damon Farber, the firm that I'm with, will be the lead consultant on this project. We'll be providing project management, leadership, and urban design experience on the project. And we're supported by HKGI. They recently worked with the city on the comp plan, and they'll be leading some of the planning and zoning ordinance work on the project. We're also supported by SEH Engineering. They'll be looking at multimodal enhancements in the district and looking at special assessments, evaluating those and making recommendations on those. And then Dream Lab, who will be helping out with public engagement and public art opportunities in the district. Our role is to work collaboratively with the city and the Heart of the City stakeholders. And we're currently working with staff to identify key stakeholders and developing an inclusive and meaningful community engagement plan. Mm-hmm. Key personnel on the team are shown here. Tom Whitlock is the team leader, and Tom recently worked with the city on the Burnsville Center Redevelopment Village study, so many of you may know him.
Yep.
I'll be your project manager on the project, leading sort of day-to-day communication and activities on the project. Terry Quant will be leading our public engagement and public art opportunities. Bruce Chamberlain is with HKGI. Bruce will be leading some of the planning and implementation strategies on the project. And then on the bottom row there, you see some of the folks from SEH. Heather Keinitz will be leading the transportation mobility aspects of the project. Dave Hutton will be leading the special assessment policy work, and Emily Jennings will be leading the water resource and stormwater engineering parts of the project. So just wanted to show you a few projects briefly that our team has experience working on that are relevant to the Heart of the City project. So as you know well, the Burnsville Center Village redevelopment vision project, where Damon Farber recently led that project. And on that project, you know, we looked at urban design strategies to invigorate the Burnsville Center through redevelopment, more compact block and street patterns, an introduction to new public spaces, and a more pedestrian-friendly and transit-supportive kinds of uses within the district. We also have been working with the city of Minnetonka on the Ridgedale Mall for the past 8 years. And there our work has included things like densification strategies, so redeveloping some of the surface parking lots around the edges of the mall, enhancing the public realm through a set of public realm design guidelines, very much like what we'll be doing here at Heart of the City. We conducted a robust community engagement process on that project, and we're currently involved in design of the Ridgedale Commons, which will be a new park in the district where there used to be a parking lot. So we're really excited about that one. And many of you may know the Excelsior and Grand area. So this is a 20-year-old mixed-use center, one of the premier mixed-use developments in the Twin Cities. We often hold it up as a precedent for mixed-use development. It's a compact and mixed-use pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. It's got a high-quality public realm, including some of the streetscapes, some public art, Wolf Park and the amphitheater there. And it really has become St. Louis Park's downtown. So it's a real success story. On this project, our mission is to work with the city and the Heart of the City stakeholders to achieve these goals. Review the existing plans and policies, ordinances, and development in the heart of the district to determine appropriate updates to the framework. Evaluate existing streetscape environment to ensure ADA compliance. Ensure that design elements are sustainable and maintainable. We've already had some discussions with your staff and talked through some of those kinds of issues. Identify streetscape enhancement needs. Suggest updates to the Heart of the City streetscape assessment policy. Try to make it more equitable. Evaluate public park and open spaces and determine future needs for parks and open spaces. Evaluate the existing parking supply and determine any future parking needs. Develop a district wayfinding set of guidelines. That's one of the things we saw when we toured the site as we were developing the proposal. It's in need of some wayfinding. Identify potential public art and placemaking opportunities in the district, any new ones in addition to the Nicollet Commons. Establish new stormwater treatment guidelines incorporating best practices for stormwater management. And it's really our goal to engage with the residents and the businesses in the heart of the district city to make sure that, or heart of the city district, to make sure that we're really reflecting the stakeholders' values and aspirations for the district. The project study area includes all of the properties in the city's TOD district, which incorporates those areas on the east side of I-35 that everyone has known as part of the heart of the city, but also includes some of those areas to the west of I-35. And we'll be looking at ways to better connect some of the homes and businesses there on the west side to the east side of the interstate and capitalize on some of the new BRT station area investments that are being built right now. And our project schedule, this may be a little hard for you to see from where you're sitting, but this is a process that will, we're just getting started now, and our goal is to try and wrap this up by April of 2022. In this late summer and early fall, we'll be evaluating existing conditions, needs, and community priorities, beginning that engagement process really within the next few weeks. We plan to be at the party on the plaza and beginning to talk with community members about their aspirations for Heart of the City. In late fall of this year and in the winter of next year, we'll be developing draft Heart of the City framework updates an implementation strategy and looking at special assessment policies. And then our goal is to finalize the framework, update implementation plans and special assessment policies by the spring of next year. So with that, that wraps that up. And if you have any questions or comments?
Any questions? Yeah.
On the reviews that you're doing, you'll be done by, you said April of 22, you're imagining?
For the finalizing the update,
I
yes,
think
by
that will
then.
be done in time for the reviews that we're going through with the city, with all of our upgrade, our ordinances and our building codes and that,
No,
or?
don't know.
So,
Isn't it gonna last over a year, what we're doing anyways?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's less than a year before this is done, why wouldn't we have that available to us?
Well, you mean the task force,
Yeah,
the
the
code
task force,
review?
yeah. Yeah, for the
I thought the
planning.
task force code review is going to take about 18 months.
Yeah, 22 is next year, is it not? Like, less than a year from now is when we were talking about having this done.
so,
I mean, we can incorporate what we're learning from this, from the suggestions to go to our task force.
Oh, you mean to, I see where you're going with this. You want this to inform the task
Inform the
force.
task force
To
that this is
inform
what-
the task
what
force.
We're being advised by our
Yeah.
advisors.
Oh, that meant,
Did I
that,
say it backwards?
yeah,
All right.
that makes sense. I didn't,
I do that.
I did,
Retired.
yeah.
It goes backwards when you retire.
I was thinking, yeah, the task force is 18 months. This is only going to go to.
No, I just wanted it in time for the task force to actually
Okay.
see what they're suggesting.
Well, yes,
That's what I'm getting at.
this will inform the task force.
I'll work better on my words on the next question.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm glad to see that you again raised the whole issue of public art, because it was a big thing back in the 90s. And we talked about percent for art, but people on the council did not want to go down that way. But we have a new council. They might want to go down to percent for art, and they need to probably be informed about that. That's why we went with where I put together the Burnsville Community Foundation and worked with people in our community to do public art. For instance, the Ames Sculpture Centrifuge, I worked with the Marafi Foundation for that. And then the Community Foundation raised the money for Ascend and the Slipka piece. And then we also worked with developers at that time with Grand Marketplace, where Sherman then put in Abundance in their courtyard. So there are some things, and where Anchor Bank, and remember Charlie did not like this, but Anchor Bank was an anchor. They put a big anchor there, and they said that was public art.
We
And
said it was
remember,
public art.
yeah, Charlie said, "That's not art.
He called it a sign.
It's a sign." We agreed that it was public art for Anchor Bank, even though it was a big anchor in front of.
Well, it came from the Liberty ships.
So
That's art.
anyway, I'm
That's art.
glad you're going down that road, and to see, I would say that you work closely also and bring in the Community Foundation, because they're doing a lot of work with raising money. And I don't know what direction you're going to take, but it's good to be at a high level and that you can inform us as to which direction you want to go, because we explored a whole lot of cities who were doing percent for art. But at that time, people were not in favor of percent for art, and that's why I went out and said, no, we gotta have art, and then got people to pay for bringing in public art to our community. But engaging a whole lot of folks, I like that you're gonna be out and about also doing that work, because let me tell you, why the heart of the city is successful is because a lot of people were involved in that work. And a steering committee who showed up at every meeting that had to do with that. So, yeah, Karen?
When you're talking about wayfinding, could you define that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so,
We have some wayfinding, but we don't have a whole lot of it.
sure. So wayfinding is often thought of as signage, and that's a big component of it, but it helps people figure out where they want to go, where their destinations might be. In the heart of the city, it might be helping folks better find some of the parking supplies that are there, because I know you guys have some parking supplies, and we understand that some people, when they come to the heart of the city, have difficulty finding those parking supplies. So it's going to help folks better find their way and orient themselves in the heart of the city. Wayfinding can also help you understand that you've arrived into the heart of the city. And it can also be something that helps complement your branding strategy for the heart of the city. So, some of the graphics that are used on that can be incorporated into the wayfinding system. And then it can also help tell some of the stories about the heart of the city. So there could be some interpretive elements or storytelling that's part of that wayfinding system.
Well, it was hard for people to find the Ames Center, and I remember Councilmember Keeley. Then we had to have wayfinding so right there on Nicollet, so people would know that you go this way to go to the Ames Center, go west. But yeah, and then also to the Ice Center, we have some signage in the heart of the city, show people where the Ice Center is.
Signs are a good thing,
Yeah, and the free parking.
Yeah,
especially the free.
yeah. Kara?
When you're talking about increasing equity with your plan, what do you mean by that?
I think I referenced that with regards to the special assessments. So our understanding, and we're just getting started, so we don't know everything we need to know about it yet. But our understanding is that property owners are assessed based on frontage on the street. And some of the input that we've heard so far is that some of the business owners, property owners don't feel that that's an equitable way to assess properties. So we'll just be looking at some, and I'm not the specialist on the team on
Sure.
special assessments. Dave Hutton, who's been doing that for 30 years, he's going to be leading that piece of it. But it's to try and make the assessment piece of the district more equitable across the board.
Yeah, we did a stopgap measure just to kind of
Well, for right now.
take the edge off of the outliers.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy that you're going to be delving into that more and then giving us feedback on what would be a better way to do that. And then if I may ask
Yeah.
one more. So you were talking about connecting those two sides because they are separated out with that main road.
35.
It's the main road.
I mean, that's a
That
pretty.
freeway, big.
So, and I get why that would be desirable, but holy cow, does that seem like a heck of a task?
It does.
It's been done before,
It
though,
does seem
in
like
other
it. I
cities.
drove through it this evening before
Yeah.
I came to this meeting, and it will be a little bit of a challenge. I think that the new station area that's being constructed right now, I think the idea is to try and, capitalize on that investment and try and bring people together and make it better connected, more pedestrian friendly for people to get to and from that station. My impression of the Burnsville Parkway Bridge is it's a very nicely done bridge.
Yep,
Yep.
but it has
But-
some structural issues now.
It may have that. But it is a long ways to across that to get over to
Yeah, it
the
is.
heart of the city district. And even by the time you get over there to the east side of I-35, there's still a lot of big parcels that are not really pedestrian friendly today.
Yeah,
They don't quite, they haven't gotten to the point where they're supporting your vision for the heart of the city. That may still be, years down the line before that happens. So, but what we want to do is try and look at ways to improve the public realm to help incent that.
If I may add, it may not be a quick,
No.
5-year fix.
No,
Some
it's
of
a
this may
long-term
be
vision.
Yeah.
more kind of, here are the baby steps to get there. Here are the quick immediate fixes that we can do now, and here are the things we can do in 5, 10, 15 years.
It's a
As far as the
long-term
implementation
vision.
portion of the plan.
thank you.
Okay. No, it's nice to do a refresh to the heart of the city. Yep.
Question.
Dan, Kay?
Well, I like the plan. I like what we're doing. I'm curious, when we talk about public community engagement, who are we utilizing within our collaborative network of, in Burnsville to help get the word out, to communicate all of this to the community? I mean, I know the city will probably do some, but we have other partners that we collaborate on marketing and communication to get to the entire city. What's the plan for what's the marketing plan, I guess?
The marketing plan or the engagement plan?
Well,
Yeah,
the marketing and communication to make sure that everybody is aware that we are going to ask for engagement and want to engage and want it right. So, I mean, at the front end, how are we getting the word out?
Well, we're still working through that engagement plan. We just really got off the ground and started meeting. We had our kickoff meeting just last Monday. So we are working with staff to identify key stakeholders and then developing.
Maybe I can talk about the staff component just really
Sure,
quick. So we
yeah.
do have a project management team, which does include staff from various departments throughout the organization. So streets maintenance that focus specifically in heart of the city, so they know like on the ground, working with their hands, how things work inside and out. We have Ryan Peterson, Jen Desrud, myself, Sarah Madden, one of our planners, our communications team, Amber from right behind me.
Community engagement.
So a lot of just internal staff, and then our outside partners that we've identified are the Chamber, Experience Burnsville, the mayor mentioned today, the community, the Burnsville Foundation. We'll certainly have opportunity to engage with them, but a lot of on the ground. We can certainly use our social media, our website, kind of the traditional methods, but some of the methods that we've been in discussion with the Damon Farber team is having some of those more one-on-one conversations with our community. So at Party on the Plaza, not just being at a booth, but actually talking to people and sitting down next to them and having, interviewing them and engaging more one-on-one with the businesses within heart of the city, having those, again, kind of that more one-on-one conversation, rather than, hey, take a survey, and that will be one of the methods, have a survey on our website, but we're a multi-pronged approach.
Yeah, we're looking at a kind of a 5-pronged approach right now that includes, let's see if I can get all 5 of these right. We just started talking about it today with our engagement strategist that's on our team. And she's really good at this. She helped the city of Rochester with the public engagement process for their heart of the city. But the survey, the events, which would include community events, us attending those community events with pop-up booths and things like that, to get at what Regina was just talking about. Interviews and listening sessions with specific stakeholders, and those may include one-on-one interviews or looking at focus groups and interviewing or conducting listening sessions with those folks. Town halls, and then the mapping exercise, which we also hope to get up on the website soon. We've got a draft website that we're developing right now. We'll be ready to review that with staff by the end of the week. We don't have the survey or the mapping exercise developed yet, but those we'll have links on the city's website. Actually, it'll be an independent project website with a link to the city's website. And on that website, we'll have links to both the survey and the mapping exercise. And the mapping exercise will allow community members to select geographical locations in the district and provide comments on that, like, this intersection is not pedestrian friendly, or, that kind of a thing.
I'm glad to hear that you're going to incorporate focus groups. The reason being is that we need to make sure that we reach out to some of our minority population, and with the focus group, because we have a lot who lives in this TOD in Dakota Station. And then, of course, we have a lot of seniors in the heart of the city, a lot of seniors, so having focus group. I also want to make sure that you all remember to include our youth. They were very much a big part of the development of the heart of the city. So they, not only elementary and we should have elementary, middle school, and high school.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've already started talking about that, engaging with BIPOC communities, seniors, and youth. And we'll develop different ways to engage with those different groups, because with youth, it may be more of kind of a pop-up event that we come to or something like that. But we also want to include people with disabilities
Yeah. Oh,
in that
absolutely.
engagement process. You know, one of the things we can see, just walking through the district, there's a lot of topography in the district, which makes it challenging for people with disabilities. And then we need to go and evaluate all the different intersections and the pedestrian and
Yeah.
movement areas and make sure that it's ADA compliant.
Yeah, if you notice, the walkways in heart of the city are wider than all of the other
Yeah.
standard sidewalks. The heart of the city was wider simply because we wanted to make sure that there was enough room, because it is pedestrian friendly, and we wanted to make sure that we address the handicap
Right.
and others who may need a little bit more.
Yeah, and you can see with the paver system that's in the district, that's a challenge too for people with disabilities.
Well, there was a reason for doing that. Those folks who are mobile can walk along there, and then on the smooth side was for for those who had disability, and also for bicyclists and skateboarders, because it's a smoother surface. So it was a delineation, but it probably doesn't, you can have it all smooth. Yeah, Councilmember.
Just
Dan.
following up on the marketing questions. Are these other partners now in the loop on the front end of this, or what's the timeline to get Experience Burnsville and the CV, or the Chamber and any other external column marketing partners to become aware of this, understand what the timeline is, understand what their role is going to be to help market this?
We're just kicking off now,
Yeah.
so they will certainly be engaged along the way. On the front end, they'll be made aware and engaged throughout the process.
I think the sooner the better. They're probably watching tonight, so they're finding out now that, oh, I'm involved in something I'm not aware of. So something to keep in mind when we're on TV and you can't really have a meeting and then call them a few days later and share it with them because they already know about it then. The last thing is, there's a lot of one-off projects that I'll use MnDOT for an example. So if somebody's affected by construction in their area, they set up on their website where you can sign up to learn just about those projects. So you don't have to sign up for every single thing MnDOT's doing. You can just sign up for the thing that's affecting you that you're most interested in. And I can imagine there's a lot of businesses in the heart of the city who may or may not be signed up to receive all the city notifications, but they're definitely going to potentially be interested in signing up to hear what's going on and get updates fed to them about this particular project. So when you build that website, could we build in that functionality that a person can subscribe to just hear all about this new heart of the city project and not have to just subscribe for everything to be able to get those pieces, right?
We did that with the 13 and 5.
Yeah,
For all the businesses on 13 and 5, so we had a webpage for just all of that.
I'm looking behind me. I'm pretty confident our communications
Yeah.
department can establish that for our project team.
Yeah, that's
Greg?
Councilmember,
Good idea.
Greg.
Council, we can definitely do that through our current system.
Okay,
And push notifications or everything.
Yeah.
Don't expect people to have to go somewhere to get information anymore. That's dead.
Right.
We've got to push it out to them.
Yeah.
And we've got to communicate that it exists so they'll sign up.
okay. Anything else? Look forward to the project and to see how it goes and to what the updates.
Yeah, it should be exciting.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next item is the multimodal and complete streets presentation. And presenting this evening is our city engineer, Jen Deserud, and you have a team that's going to be online.
Yes, the consultant team is on Zoom
Okay.
tonight.
So you want to introduce your team?
Sure. So I will. I'm going to do a little bit of introduction first. So this is our our second meeting before the council to give an update. The things we're going to talk about tonight are just the preliminary engagement summary, some draft multimodal system plan concepts, the draft complete streets policy concept, and then the next steps. Looking at the council's strategic vision, values and priorities, we have just two questions. These are in the agenda. Does the multimodal system plan and complete streets policy help to create a community where people feel they belong? And do the elements of the proposed multimodal system plan and complete streets policy provide a forward-thinking, safe, and effective transportation system for all users? So those are the kind of framing up, hoping that we're going to meet your approval with that tonight, as we're planning on finishing this whole thing up within about a month and a half from now. So I will turn it over to Heather Kienitz with SEH to go over the engagement summary. She'll be working with Colin Harris from Alta Planning on the bulk of the presentation on the complete streets and multimodal, and then Heather will finish it up with the next steps.
Okay, very good.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us. So one of your strategic priorities is community engagement. So we wanted to touch on some of the community engagement that we've engaged in for this project. I know that you've received a summary, so we'll just do a really high-level summary before we get into the meat of that plan that Jen shared with you in the agenda. Since May, we've been working closely with Jen Desrud and Amber Jacobson, as well as others from your team, along with our team member, Chelsea Moore Ritchie, to develop a pretty robust outreach and engagement plan. We've attended 10 in-person events, trying to reach out to folks in underrepresented groups. We have a pretty mobile-friendly website, and we've had 800 visits on that website. We've prepared our flyers in Spanish, Somali, and English, and distributed several of those around the community, and also used social media posts to encourage engagement as well. We've published in your city newsletters, and we've had meetings with you, as well as the Parks and Natural Resources Commission and the Planning Commission. We also have a project management team and a stakeholder advisory committee. Next slide. Some of the different strategies that we've used are when we've had these in-person events, as well as some of these meetings, we've had in-depth discussions. We had a really great one with you last time we met to get some really helpful feedback toward the planning process and workshop type of events. We've also just taken notes, as you can see here on the slide, just with paper and done online surveys as well, where we've got information for mapping, similar to what was described earlier with the Heart of the City, that online mapping exercise, as well as these physical maps out in person in the community at events such as Party on the Plaza. We have that diverse stakeholder advisory committee with people of a range of ages, racial and ethnic backgrounds, occupations and interests and abilities. And they've been able to really provide us with some specific feedback on sidewalk and bicycle facility gaps, safety concerns, places that are barriers to crossing, places that are challenges for accessibility, and also ways that we might prioritize future projects. We've had over 1,500 clicks, either online or conversations with the community members, and really been able to reach a variety of income levels. And we found that in our engagement process, we were more successful at capturing participants from communities of color at those in-person events, where we've estimated we've been able to reach in those events more like 30 to 40% of communities of color, whereas we know online, based on just people's demographic reporting, that's under 10%. So we're having more success when we're able to meet people where they are with reaching communities of color. Next slide, please. Overall, what we're hearing from people is safety is really a top priority. Based on the survey that we've had out there through July 31st, safety for everyone is really a top concern. People are really interested in making sure that the crossings of your roadways are comfortable for people who are walking, biking, and rolling. Maintenance came up as a concern, connectivity for the networks, and then having those access to destinations It came up in the Heart of the City conversation earlier tonight, those neighborhood access ways, when you have large parcels of land, how do people get from that sidewalk on the street up to a building when it's just a giant parking lot in between? How do they get across those places? And then when we look at our location-based comments on our mapping, we found that many of those comments centered around the gaps for people biking, as well as those crossing challenges. You can see 29% for crossing issues, 28% for bike network gaps, and then there was 14% sidewalk gaps, 7% vehicle, and then 22% were a variety of other types of feedback there. We are doing another phase of engagement, which we noted in our plan. It's going to be to share what we've got tonight with others. We're going to continue to share that with the public and get feedback on that, and then wrap that up in our final engagement summary in September. And with that, I will channel to the next slide and turn it over to Colin to walk you through the multimodal plan.
Thank you, Heather. Greetings, Mayor and Council members. Colin Harris, Alta Planning and Design. So for the multimodal plan, as a reminder, it is a blueprint for investments in walking, bicycling, and multimodal enhancements. It's action-oriented for implementation strategies based on engagement and data-driven analysis. And it also includes opportunities for new and shared mobility investments. In other words, bike and scooter share stations, and electric vehicle charging and car stations. Next slide. So if you click one more time, we took the top public priorities that Heather shared on the left here. And if you click one more time and then another time, we take that, and we say this is the type of infrastructure improvements that we recommend. So as Heather mentioned, safety for all users, crossings, maintenance, access to destinations, and overall connectivity. And with the multimodal plan, we're highlighting crossings of busy roadways, facilities, meaning bike and pedestrian multimodal facilities along busy roadways, community connector trails, and then EV charging and mobility hubs. The next slide shows what the infrastructure recommendations from a geographic standpoint are focused on. So taking the locations of concern from engagement, areas of high equity and demand, redevelopment areas, street projects already programmed, as well as previously planned trails and greenways. And with one more click, we'll see a draft map that shows citywide how the network is coming together. The solid lines are existing facilities, the dashed lines are future facilities, and the shaded areas are key areas, redevelopment areas, as well as priority areas. Next slide, please. One step further, we look a little bit closer at priority areas, and those are those areas shaded in that kind of light pink color. Within the overall city, we have individual priority area examples, and this starts to show at this level where those crossing improvements are recommended. And they're colored blue, red, or yellow to correspond with a grade-separated crossing, a signalized crossing, or an unsignalized crossing enhancement, respectively. You can see overlaid with that too are the existing and future facilities. Next slide, please. But how do we get there? Implementation pathways. How do we make these improvements? Are they part of a planned reconstruction or rehabilitation? Maybe they're part of a redevelopment. Maybe we have to coordinate with MnDOT or Dakota County because they're on a state or a county road. Or maybe they're on a city road, and how do we implement something on a city road? Do we apply for grants? Do we add projects to the CIP? Do we develop an active transportation city funding source? Next slide. So this shows that implementation pathway map as a working draft, taking those facilities and overlaying them with priority areas and saying, what is the implementation pathway to actually have something change on these locations? If it's red, for example, it needs consideration by the city because it's on city right-of-way. If it's yellow, for example, it's on county or MnDOT roadway. So coordination with those entities would be required. Maybe there's some reconstruction or rehabilitation coming up. So for example, between 2022 and 2024, that darker green color indicates where there might be a near-term opportunity to make some implementation enhancements that relate to multimodal transportation. Next slide. Like we have for the recommendation development, implementation pathways take a deeper look at priority areas. So this is that same priority area geography as shown earlier, and this shows the implementation pathway possibilities. You might note in this certain geography, many of the crossings, for example, would need direct coordination by the city, as many of these are on city roadways. The yellow shows where they're on county or MnDOT. Next slide. So how do we get there, right? So there are opportunities through some upcoming rehabilitation projects, but maybe there's nothing coming up soon. There's been some interest from city stakeholders through the plan development of thinking about quick build projects, meaning how can we develop something potentially quickly before we have to wait for a reconstruction project to come along. For example, on the screen, this shows a separated bikeway on street using materials such as curbs and bollards or flex posts to provide that low stress area for someone to use a bicycle or scooter. Sometimes these are also called demonstration projects. Demonstration projects can even be shorter term as a way to develop momentum for future implementation. Rehabilitation plus, maybe there's a rehabilitation project coming up that includes roadway resurfacing. How can we also add perhaps some curb work to that project or something else to add enhancements for walking and biking with some upcoming rehabilitation projects without having to wait for a full reconstruction project. Next slide. So with that, we also want to talk about the complete streets policy part of the overall multimodal and complete streets study. So when thinking about complete streets, we want to formalize Burnsville's existing intent to plan, design, and maintain streets so that they are safe for all users of all ages and abilities. And it formalizes the direction to transportation planners and engineers to consistently design and construct the right-of-way to prioritize the safety of the most vulnerable people who use the street, including people walking, biking, and moving actively with assistive devices. Next slide. So the outline that will be included in this study includes an overview of complete streets. It includes best practices in complete streets policy development. It also includes complete streets policy peer review. So we've looked at multiple other communities similar to Burnsville in many ways and provided reviews of their complete streets policy. And at this point, we're actually developing a draft Burnsville complete streets policy, which is meant to show how projects shall be approached as an opportunity to create safer, more accessible streets for all users. So this also applies to new construction, but also reconstruction and retrofit projects and how they must consider the needs of all modes of transportation and all users of the street in all phases. And then also included are some complete streets resources, such as checklists and tools. And one of those tools that we're developing as part of this study is a set of guidelines for walking and biking. So the next slide here shows some of the high-level entries in the design guidelines, again, that we're developing specifically for this multimodal and complete street study. So it's at a high level, it's split between walking and biking, and also includes shared use facilities as well. And the intention for this is to be a complement to the policy itself. So we've got the multimodal plan with those sort of geographic specific recommendations and implementation ideas. The policy itself, which is being drafted and will be considered by City Council, And then to complement the policy and the plan are these design guidelines, which is really meant to be a toolbox for planners and designers, engineers to see at a glance what are some of the typical dimensions for walking and biking and multimodal improvements. Next slide. So I think here we'll pause and turn it back to Heather.
Well, so I'll
And
break
Jen,
in here and
thank
just
you.
see if the council has any comments on what we've presented, where we're moving, and if this is fitting with your vision for a multimodal plan and complete streets policy.
Kara?
If you back up one slide. So when we've talked about this before and how we do this, one thing that was relayed to us last time was you don't do those polls. Those polls are a no-go because plowing, all that kind of stuff, like, that's just not a, so now I see that polls are back. So why are they back?
So those can be in place seasonally, and we can put them in place from April to November, and then take them out. So they are flex poles that are temporary. And we have put them in demonstration projects. So in the, we're actually, Colin and Heather are part of a Safe Routes to School project that we're working on in a couple of months with Gideon Pond. Those flexible delineators will be put in place until the snow, then they take them out and they can put them back in the spring.
Okay.
Could you say that one more time?
The Gideon Pond part or the,
Yes.
so Gideon Pond Elementary School received a Safe Routes to School demonstration grant.
Got it.
And
Yeah.
we are, it's from MnDOT, but the city will be assisting with the implementation, and we're tentatively scheduled, I think, August 24th. Those delineators will be placed in that demonstration projects on a temporary basis. We'll take them out before we have to snowplow.
How much is the city helping with that?
Just in terms of, we'll be helping with implementation.
The grant is
Why
funding
am I
it.
not remembering that?
I'm not sure.
The Gideon Pond?
Yeah, this
It's
I
been
don't-
an ongoing,
Kinda news to me.
I don't remember that this was happening, that the city was partnering with this, that it was going to be that type. Like, I don't remember any of this, so.
Melanie?
So, Madam Mayor and Council, Gideon Pond, I think it's
Yeah.
our parent group,
It was a
has been
parents
very
group,
vocal about
yes.
wanting to try
Yeah.
some sort of resolution to some
Yeah.
traffic concerns in the area.
Yeah.
They've been in touch with our engineering and public works department on and off over the
Yeah.
last couple of years. And we've always said, we would like to be able to help you solve a problem,
Yeah.
right? So they applied for a Safe Routes to School grant. They were awarded that, and they asked us to sit at the table with them while they talked through what was a solution they felt was appropriate for their needs.
Yeah, that parent group copied me on a lot of their communication because of what was going on in the area, and they were concerned about safety issues. But they drove that initiative.
So other than sitting at a table and talking to them, we're not doing anything with this.
I'll ask Jen to answer kind of
Yeah,
our role, but it's been.
We're, a group of staff is gonna help with, it's putting it in, installing those delineators, painting
So
on
city
the,
funds will be used on this,
Staff time.
staff time.
which is city funds.
And all of the, material supplies, the design was all paid for with the MnDOT portion of the grant. It's about a
I
half a
get
day,
that,
half a day
but
of
when
work.
I find out that city assets and city funds are going to be used for something, and I do not believe that this came in front of us, I do not believe we were informed of this, I would like to know why.
Is there a cost to this? I mean, what's the cost?
City time. It's
I
staff
get that,
time.
but what's the cost? I'm saying, if it's less than $20,000, that wouldn't come to us anyways.
Yeah,
It would be, it's,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
effort is pretty
If it's less than
minor.
20,000, they don't have to come to us for that,
I'm not saying they have to.
you know?
I'm saying it's good to know that these things are happening.
I agree, and
Especially when
they're
they're getting
telling us
tied
that
into
right
other
now.
things.
They're telling us that right now, and there's nothing wrong with experimenting to see if it works.
Yeah.
If
I
I
think
could,
one
we
of the
have a-
thing is the partnership that
it's
we
a-
have with the school district. And we have helped out in many ways. Sioux Trail, that whole effort was also.
Don't paint this that I don't want to help out, and don't paint this that I don't want it to happen. I'm asking about communication, and that's what I'm asking for. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. Especially when we're
Just
tying it
communicate it
into
to
other
us.
things.
We've just been
Okay.
told about it.
Melanie?
Madam Mayor and Council, Ryan has provided me with updates on this. I apologize if I didn't communicate clearly to the council about our intent. This has been an ongoing, probably a couple of
2
years.
years?
In progress, where there's been discussions, and we've been committed to helping be a partner. But we've also been committed to saying it's not our project. We're here as an asset, but we're not leading it.
Which
So-
is great, and
Yeah.
I'm happy they got the grant. That is not my issue. And as for being informed now, that's like after the fact,
Yeah,
right?
I would
I don't
agree.
want,
I
I don't
think
want
it's-
after the fact. I want while it's
So
happening.
you want them to tell us everything they're doing now from now on? Less
Yeah,
than
I do.
$20,000,
I do.
everything the city
Yes.
does, you want to be informed
Absolutely, I
of?
do.
I think it's as simple as,
I,
Are you-
if they want,
are you
if they go to the
making that
bathroom, I
request
want to
of
know
our
that
staff?
too. Yes, I do. Yep,
That's
because
a
I'm
lot of staff
unreasonable
time to
that
do
way.
that.
Yep, thank you, I do.
I think on
Okay,
this, in this case, it's
I
just
disagree, but-
being FYI to the council that this was going on.
Exactly.
Before we find out in a presentation on a public forum.
Well, I think Melanie just said that she will make sure that that gets communicated. Ryan?
Madam Mayor, I believe there was I can't recall for sure, but there was a council action taken to allow us to be the project sponsor. That's my recollection, but I'm saying that without.
And that absolutely could be.
So,
That absolutely could be.
On consent?
yeah, I mean, we typically wouldn't have something like this on.
Right.
So
Yeah.
one other question that I have is, in looking at doing these bike lanes, and I do understand, okay, you can screw those puppies in, you can screw them out. That helps alleviate some of the issues with snowplow. My question is, in areas where this is going in, and we're already looking at having better sidewalks, because we need them to be better for not just people who are pedestrians, you know, but like our other persons that just, they need the sidewalk, they need a little wider. Are we ever going to give any thought to having those be trails and to have those be split trails so that our bikes and our scooters and our e-bikes and all of that are not on the road?
I think that's the
Jan?
long-term vision, but in places where we want to do something a little quicker, that's the sort of quick start demonstration projects. See if we put something here, will it get used, and build a permanent infrastructure. I think that's what we're getting at, is there's opportunities to do things that are less expensive and
So
quick.
you're looking at
and-
a step.
Yep, and then there's
And then-
also places on the map where that's the permanent installation is a new trail or a new sidewalk, filling the gaps. But the team is coming up with a toolbox of ways of implementing so that we can get more done faster.
Well, there's a lot of high touch around all of that, because if you're going to have to take some property for all of those trails that are off-road, and that's a long-term process to have that kind of engagement, high touch, caring engagement with property owners, that you're going to say, we're going to do this, and we're going to need part of your property, or you're going to, so.
Well, and my question is, so when you're looking at this type of road, how are you fitting this in?
So this is one example. Some of our roads are wider than they need to be. They were designed at a wider standard.
Right.
So we can narrow them. We can have a 4-lane to 3-lane conversion. Sometimes we have a 4-lane to 2-lane conversion and extra wide shoulders. There's a lot of different options. And so I think this is not meant to say this is done in one place. This is a toolbox of options that then the designers would look at and see, these are standard dimensions. We could use these delineators. We could, just
Yeah.
giving options.
Traveler's Trail was one of those where you demonstrated how this would work. Yeah, Brian?
yeah, we call that a road diet oftentimes, where it was 4 lanes. I know you've commented positively on what happened
Yeah.
there, where the roads were it feels too wide open, so the speeds go higher. And then we can utilize that same right-of-way and save curbing, and then get it more accessible for all types of uses, where the bikers can choose to go on the road and have their own lane, granted not barrier protected, and then the walkers can be on the sidewalk. To get a little more back to the delineators, you may recall, West Travelers Trail was really concerned about speed there.
West Preserve.
Yep.
West Preserve, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there we put some in to replicate what a curb would do, if to make it so that you can see what it would look like
Yeah.
before having to invest the big bucks into making big changes.
Right.
And there they determined they didn't want it.
That's right.
So
The
it looked really
neighborhood.
good. And this Gideon Pond thing is gonna be real similar. You know, if the, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this works out really well and everyone wants it, we may try to find a way to eventually replace the delineators with a curb that'll shorten walking distances up and those sorts of things. So it's a very cost-effective way to try something out. You know, this looks relatively permanent. I don't know if this was gonna be something that officially ended up in the plan or not, but, you know, I don't think that would be our permanent 12-month-a-year proposal for, you know, having
Yeah,
delineators the whole time.
yeah.
So
Cause
wanted to
yeah,
s-
we do have our seasons.
help out trying to determine where we foresee those being most used.
So, one other question, if I may. When we're looking at roads to eliminate a lane, then you'll include the traffic study as well.
We do traffic counts. We determine how many vehicles are already using the road. We look to see what development might impact it. It's not done in a vacuum. We do a
Right.
broader look and see what is the impact of reducing the lanes and what could lead to congestion.
Because I was overlaying some of those roads that were marked in the map. And then I was remembering the other map that we had, gosh, I think it was over a year ago now, showing the projections of traffic and where they were expected to have like longer delays and that type of thing. And I don't think they overlap, but they look like they're close to one another. Like the areas that are looking like we need to connect them are also the areas where we have congestion and people are waiting at a signal for so long and that type of thing. And so we were looking for a way to make those roads less congested. So how do you balance that out when you have these competing high-use areas?
Yeah, so this will be an overarching plan with, we won't be diving into those details with this level. And as we are looking at making improvements, then we'll do the study. We'll look at the streets, we'll look at, what is implementable based on the traffic at the time and the projected traffic. So this is gonna give us that network.
Yeah.
And then the details, the design details, and if it's even possible, will come later when we're trying to implement.
Kara, I think you were
Yeah.
thinking about the study that we did for the shopping center, where that's
Yeah.
where you're coming up with those maps, and where new roads were being put in
Right.
to alleviate the traffic coming in and then coming on
Yeah,
the east
trying to
side of
get
the
that
shopping
flow and
center.
routing. Yeah.
So that's what you're remembering is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of that is part of different areas of the city, and they need different treatments in terms of
Yeah.
traffic. And so,
Because that's a challenging
Yeah.
area for cars, bikes,
Yeah.
and pedestrians.
Yeah.
It's just a hard area.
yeah.
So when we're looking at doing this, this type of treatment, and I know you're saying doing the wider trail is the longer term thing, which I totally get, because it's long term and it's expensive. It's flat out expensive. But when we're looking at these plans, do you think taking these steps will stop us at a step instead of continuing on to a better solution, is what I'm wondering.
So I think as we're evaluating a detailed area, so this overall concept is not the detailed areas. It's saying these are sort of the routes to take. As we're getting into the details in one of those ways where we're doing a street project, so let's look at our plan and see what we can do. We'll look at those details and see what's the best treatment at the time. And I think that if there is funds available, we would, if we can find funds, if we can find grant funds, if we can find, we'd always go for the higher level. It's just a matter of funding, and I think that in the near term, we want to create those connections. And so we might do something like this in the near term, knowing that our full-on vision is to be putting in a trail. So each area will have to be looked at in a very detailed way as we're implementing. But this plan is not going to look at those details. It's going to provide the tools so that we can start to knock some of these off, the low-hanging fruit, the easy stuff. Let's get those connections and gaps filled. But to the mayor's point, in a lot of places where there is a gap for a reason, and that's likely going to be, we need right-of-way, we need easements, the topography is going to be strange, and we need to build retaining walls, all adding to the cost.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing that I like is that you have a high-level design, but you have a toolbox for each of the strategic functions. So pedestrian, bicycling.
And I did want to
road,
ask about the enhanced
cars.
crossing treatments. So what are those going to look like for our enhanced crossing treatments?
So those could be a number of things. Maybe I'll have Colin or Heather speak to some of those that might be in the toolbox.
Sure, thanks, Jen. Those would include things like, marked crosswalks at an intersection or mid-block, median refuge islands, things like beacons, like rectangular rapid flash beacons, or a pedestrian hybrid beacon that might actually give a red indication when a pedestrian or bicyclist is crossing at a specific, like a mid-block crossing, for example. ADA improvements as well to be integrated into corners, curb extensions, things like this.
I think another good example would be River Hills and Cliff, when you talk about a very specific crossing with Annie Young and all the work Ryan's done.
Yep.
I mean, that is a tailor-made crossing for somebody with a seeing disability. And they even adjusted, and I can't remember what it exactly was, but I had a neighbor telling me that the arrow wasn't turning yellow, and I had to connect with Ryan, and he said, well, we're reprogramming it so that if that cross button isn't pushed, then those yellows are going to come on, right? I mean, I might be butchering this, but when I hear that, I think of that immediately, as that is specific to that part of town and that intersection.
Yeah. And what was nice about that is that Annie Young, who is blind, worked with Ryan and MnDOT
It's an
to help
awesome
with all of that.
intersection.
She got the idea because of the crossing at the hospital.
That's right.
So,
Yeah,
and
that's a good one.
when you do these trial things.
You're learning from all of those things.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And you don't wait at that light hardly at
Yeah.
all, because whatever sensors are up there see you before you're even 20 feet in front of it.
And what's nice is that our community is informing us, like Annie Young, and like what's going on at the hospital also. That all informs us and gives us information to do the work that we have. But what you're putting in place is a toolbox. Yeah.
I'm like, real
Ryan.
quick, just to answer that question a little more on the, what we do, where, when.
Yeah.
If the road is already maxed out and route to the curb line, it's more expensive for us to widen the road to put an on-street bike lane on. So we wouldn't do that.
Right.
That would be the time where we'd have a gap where we're really gonna try and put an off-street facility in. But if we're doing an East Travelers Trail where it is wide enough, my philosophy would be, let's use the asset that's there. Not everyone has to agree that the on-street bike lanes are the best thing, but we're making best use of our dollars to put those trail dollars elsewhere where we don't have such a thing. So that's the general philosophy
And
on these.
Dan Kay, haven't you seen a calming of the traffic in front of your house?
Yes, overall, we do have some drag racers that are
Sorry.
becoming a growing problem.
It's been
many of them coming out
It's a
of the apartment
5-speed
complex.
Kia, so.
We can hear them pull out and then floor it to, or when they're coming back, they come to the stop sign at Eagle Ridge and then floor it and then hit the skids and make a quick turn. So and some just keep on going. It's so smooth and so nice, even though it's 2 lanes now. It's apparently tempting when there's no other traffic for them to see how fast they can go in a quarter mile, I guess. But I do, as a rider, and my wife is far more of an avid rider, and we ride with a lot of folks that ride a lot. Couple of things. Number one, I 100% agree. Getting up, the long-term solution is getting off the road and onto a wide enough paved trail that you can separate walkers, wheelchair, pedestrians, scooters from bikers, or maybe scooters and bikers can be on the same side. So you're just off the road, because riding on the road, even in a striped median or edge, is still intimidating when cars are flying past you. You still don't feel any level of comfort, so you anxiously ride in that and then get off as soon as you can when there's maybe a paved trail or some other type of situation. But it is a fact, and every biker I've ever talked to felt the same way. In many cases, they don't have a choice because there's no sidewalk, especially if you go out in the country. You're going to ride on the edge of the road, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's a lot less traffic out there too, which makes it feel a little safer. But I just want to mention the new I-35 bridge with the pedestrian and bike trail. It has been a dream come true. I've ridden it a few times when we go out on the bike and ride down to the river bottom of the Dakota Trail. That has been just an incredible asset to the walking, biking, scooter community. The river bottoms are great. Fortunately, this year we didn't have any flooding problems. Quite the opposite. We're in the opposite cycle, it seems. But getting that trail elevated when that project starts going to permanently allow it. And I hear now and then from other bikers that bike in our South Metro community that they just are thrilled that they have the access to go over I-35 now in a protected lane for commuters. So big difference, and thanks to Liz Workman, County Commissioner Workman, and the county for finishing that trail down by the river bottom. It's fantastic. We recently rode from our house all the way up to Harriet, or trying to think of which lake we went around, and then came back. And there was some sections up in Bloomington, Richfield, that were a little difficult. The wayfinders weren't there. It's like, bike trail this way, and then you'd ride, and then suddenly you were just in streets, and the bike trail was nowhere to be found. You're like, when did it turn off? So you gotta pay close attention and just sort of watch where it might stop and then start a block down the street type of thing. But having that connectivity is huge, really a huge benefit. And for me, our pride in having a city with the number of parks that we have per capita, this builds on that. It takes a city that's enviable, that people want to live here because we have such great parks, and a lot of parks. It's a short walk to virtually any park. Now you can also get on your bike and get on a trail system that likely is going to hopefully keep you off the road for the most part and connect you with more stuff. So,
Well, and it's about wellness too.
yeah,
I mean, we're a
absolutely. This
regional
is the
medical
fitness.
area,
Yep.
and that's also part of that is just overall
Yep.
wellness.
Fitness, wellness, exercise, getting outside. Love it.
Is there anything else that you need from us?
Just to go through the next steps.
Okay.
Heather?
Sure. So remaining on our schedule are a final meeting with our stakeholder advisory committee on the 17th of August to share with them what we shared with you this evening and get feedback from them and refine the work that we've done so far. And then by the end of the month, we'll be able to provide a final plan and policy for review. And then we will finalize that engagement in September to get that additional feedback wrapped in. And our hope is to have adoption in mid-September at your meeting.
Okay.
Quick. Good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicely done. Okay, moving on. The next item is creating youth council engagement. Presenting is Carissa Larson and Amber Jacobson. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having us here tonight. We are here to follow up on an item that Councilmember Schultz introduced at the all-day work session regarding creating connections between the council and our community's youth. Staff from Communications and Community Engagement and the city clerk's office have spent some time developing a framework and some ideas on approaches for doing this work. These are just ideas and will need some development before considering any implementation. It's often said that youth are the voice of the future, and while that is true, they are also a vital voice for our community here and now. Over the past few months, the community engagement team has been lucky enough to make initial connections with some local youth and youth groups. And we're very excited that connecting with youth is something council wants to consider. Continuing to engage with youth in ways that are meaningful to them will go a long way in ensuring they know that they belong here. As we developed these ideas, we aim to keep some strategic goals in mind. The council's strategic priority of community engagement calls on us to create opportunities that are welcoming to all, encourages people to be actively engaged, and serves the community through a broad range of programs. Our own department's strategic plan encourages us to reach new portions of our community by creating great experiences that are meaningful to them and formulating active relationships that include public participation and equal opportunities for all voices to be heard. Now let's move on to the fun stuff, the ideas that we've had.
So our first idea is to simply invite youth to observe and participate in council meetings. Pretty straightforward. We would plan to work with the high school to either require or offer extra credit for youth to attend meetings as part of a civics class. This option could allow multiple youth to participate at each meeting and would allow them to attend meetings as their schedule allows. In addition, council could choose to offer time during the meetings when youth can ask questions or offer input about whatever topics are being discussed that night. The second idea is to create a youth liaison position to participate in work sessions. Council could select youth members to experience the work sessions, provide their perspectives, asterisks per legal guidance. Make sure I get that disclaimer in there. Council could also connect with and mentor those youth members as well. Much like our PNRC, another idea would be to appoint voting or non-voting youth members to additional commissions. This could give council opportunities to hear youth feedback on a variety of issues as recommendations are brought back from each commission. A youth council could be created as its own separate group comprised of local youth who gather to discuss issues and provide information or recommendations back to the council. And again, council could connect with and mentor these youth as well.
A youth academy. The youth academy we are envisioning would be an educational program similar to the Burnsville Police Department's Citizens Academy. Youth could participate in a 3-month program, 1 session per month, to hear from multiple elected officials and staff to learn about the roles of the city council, commissions, and operations. Policy exploration is an accelerated 1 to 2 day session to focus intently on one project, initiative, or policy question. Participants will learn from staff and work together to create recommendations that they will bring to City Council. development and mentoring. A mentorship and development program could be coordinated in cooperation with our organizational development manager to pair youth interested in city government with a council and staff mentor and take them through a facilitated experience of professional development opportunities. And that was our final idea, which I forgot to mention before I went to that. So we thank you for your time tonight and for listening to our ideas, and we hope that those ideas align with previous ideas and conversations that you've had around youth engagement.
Okay. Any thoughts, questions?
A lot of
Actually,
ideas.
what you've presented is, when we had the Partnerships for Tomorrow Youth was a priority area. And so what you've described is making it something that the youth are interested in. Because if it isn't, they're not going to show up. But when they are interested, they showed up. They made sure that we got the garage. And they had their advisory board. And they showed up, because I was the first liaison, and then Councilmember Keeley was the second liaison from the council there. They were a part of the skateboard park. They were all a part of that. So when they're interested in something that impacts them, they will show up. But they're busy. So I like the direction that you're taking with all of this, and that you're engaging them, and they're showing up at your pop-ups. Okay, so great. I don't know, anybody else?
I really liked the youth council idea.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
and
it
we'll
would.
see if they're interested in a youth council.
Well, and what I had a one-on-one with Melanie today, and one thing I had mentioned was if we are able to get a pathways program for, municipal government into the school, that could be a good feeder for a lot of this.
Yeah, well, they have to get.
Tie together nicely.
Yeah,
Because then you're getting kids that are actively pursuing this, or might have an interest in it, and then you're giving them that.
and I'm not sure if they still have civics.
I just looked,
In
because they used to have student government when I was there, and I
Yeah.
don't see it on their website, but I'm,
That's where, that interest is nurtured in civics class.
'cause they
But-
go down to the legislature during session and.
Well, but is
Watch.
there a civic class? They, Melanie.
I was gonna say, Madam Mayor, that has really kind of fallen down as far as
Yeah.
importance, and typically when they're talking about government, the curriculum focuses on state and federal,
Yeah.
and very little on municipal.
Yeah.
So, just in
You're
my
right.
And
experience.
this is where all the fun stuff happens.
Yeah. So it would be great,
Yeah, could be finding out about garbage can placement.
Right.
Exciting.
Exciting.
okay. Well,
How high your fence can be.
it appears that you're on the right direction.
I would pick all of the above. Like if it was me and I could just do whatever I wanted with all the resources in the world, I would pick all of the above. I like your ideas. I like a lot of them. And I would be happy with most any of them. And I also don't think that we have to. I don't think we have to pick one, but I think we need to have a plan
Yeah.
for doing something entry level. And then maybe the next year you look at doing something else because it kind of builds that pipeline into how do we do this? How do we want to interact? And also, it takes a while just to hear about it in the schools and to find out that that's even an option, right? But yeah, I really like these. I like the work session liaison. That's probably the closest to my top line preference. simply because I think that one is achievable, and also we get an active participant voice while we're engaged in discussion and decision-making.
If we don't scare them.
Well, that could happen, but and then you say, come on, little kid, toughen up. No, but I mean, I love that youth council, because, when we go to League of Cities and other cities, they bring their youth council with them to League of Cities and different things like that. And yeah, Melanie, you are absolutely correct that when students are engaged in government, county and municipal are the layers they're not taught about, which I think
Because
is
it's in civics.
absolutely, utterly remiss.
Yep. Because they learned that in civics.
Yeah, right. And so maybe this is something that we are working with the school, because if they're looking at doing those pathways, maybe we start to have more of that conversation with them of saying, we want to be an active partner with you on this.
Okay. Which really, very nice, all of this, but council, all of this takes people. And
Keying up for
in
next
reading all of this, high touch, high engagement means you need someone else. You need another FTE to help you with all of this.
You do not
To
need
get-
another FTE to ask youth to attend a council session and get
She's
credit.
teeing up the budget discussion.
I know it. You are so teeing up that budget discussion.
Yeah.
She's
No,
got
Start
years,
high,
well,
negotiate down.
years
planting
of
seeds.
caginess.
Well, I'm looking at the budget impact on all of this, and that is defined in our background. So I just want us to know that that's part of what this is going to be with all the work that needs to be done. Melanie?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor and Council. We're looking for some direction from the council on how much, what direction we want to go, because we haven't costed any of this out. I think the idea of having a pathways program is wonderful, but that's a little bit on a wish list. I don't know that
Exactly.
the school
Yeah.
is
The school
able
would agree
to
with that.
Yeah.
help us with that. So, I
Yeah.
mean, there's still a lot of work
A lot of work.
yet to be done. So we're looking for really some direction on which, what would you like to
More
see? And
immediate.
then we can, try to cost it out and get some estimate about how we could roll it out for you.
Yeah.
Is there a
Because
top
these.
3 for people? Or
Yeah,
top
our staff
5?
isn't
And
just
they can
working
check it
on
out?
this, they've got if you looked at our communications
Yeah, narrow it down.
activity, it's been really very high engagement with all the social media and all of that stuff. So, yeah, this is not the only thing that's on your plate. This is an additional thing on your plate. Yeah, Dan, Kay.
Well, in the background, it was just saying further staff discussions will be necessary to develop action and implementation
Yeah.
plans, but the only real sort of ask of us at this point in time is really that budget consideration, and we can't make that decision because none of these have a price tag yet, so we can sort of sense that adding a youth to a work session spot at the table probably doesn't have a whole lot of cost. Setting up an entire youth council and all these others, are gonna have a lot of cost to them, so,
Or a youth academy, or,
yeah, those are great ideas that have, that may have a price tag that's a little too high right now, but I think we can walk before we run, and I would just like to see something that we can do
Yeah.
without significant cost to get started, because I think we'll learn some things over the first year or so of having a youth. We may, hear a lot of things that we didn't know we were gonna hear.
Yeah.
And then let's walk a little bit, get something that we can manage, that we can adopt from a cost standpoint and from a staff support standpoint, and see where it goes from there. I don't think we have to jump in and go, let's be, bring in a youth council to the NLC meeting, because we can't.
Are you talking about calling
Yeah.
out for youth
There's
to
a-
apply, and then we interview them and appoint them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
from a process standpoint, how that
At the
person's
same time, we
chosen
do
is
our
fine.
commissions?
Good, yeah, we can integrate it into a process we already have, yeah. I mean, I'll let staff figure that out.
Sorry, Mac.
Yeah. She doesn't have enough, she has an election coming up
I'm
next
just
year.
asking a question, Madam Mayor.
So, if I may,
Yeah.
what I think
No,
I'm
no.
hearing is there's some interest in some baby steps here, my term, nobody else's. I'm gonna have to look to Carissa and Amber and on how that would frame itself out, and I do wanna be cautious. We
Yep.
like to say yes, and we say yes a lot. I do wanna be cautious that I've thrown a lot at these folks and our engagement team over the last year, and I'm sensitive to asking, without any additional resources. So I'll throw that out there, and understand that that's been thrown out there, so you guys can noodle on that, and we will go back and put some framework around the ideas we heard and come back to the council.
Yeah, I mean, personally, the baby step ones that I'm looking at, it really are those first two. Have kids attend, they can get credit. That's probably like the babiest of the baby steps. And then we have the work session liaison. That one I think has a lot of value to it, and the participant would also get value out of it. Once we start getting into a commission seat on additional commissions, like I'm not as into that. But yeah, like for the dream list later, don't chuck the ideas of youth council and youth academy. Just have those as like, later, someday, right? You know what I mean, right? But so don't, like, I would not have you spend a lot of time on that. Everyone else might. I'm only speaking for me, but the first two. That's what I'm peeking at.
I'll look for council consensus on that or further direction.
Well, have you all had a conversation with the folks at the high school? Like with Chris Belmont and some of those folks with regard to
We did some
this?
initial outreach. It's summer and harder to get a hold of people.
Yeah,
So-
because the thing is, it is finding that youth who wants to be here. I mean, things might have changed with some of those young people, and some might want to be. So my first thing is that have a conversation and see where's the openness from that, because there isn't a civic course. And I think when we used to go and get government, because they used to have a government class, and I used to sign, they used to come to meetings, and then they'll come up to me, and then I had to sign that they were in the council chambers listening to council meetings. And,
Listening.
and we used to do that. And was that through the government class?
I can't remember specifically which teacher it was that did that, but we used to have a webpage dedicated to
Yeah.
all the questions that they had to go and find out answers
Yeah.
to every time they got tasked with this.
Yeah,
So it was.
and then
it
they
was
all
fun.
had to come. I remember one council meeting where they all sat in the back, in a row. And then after the meeting, I had to just go and sign that they were all in the council chambers. And, whether they listened and paid attention, I don't know, but they were present.
At least they never said it was like watching paint drying. It was interesting.
Probably vacating it right away that night or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I
But,
looked through the course curriculum, and there's one government class.
Is there one government class?
Political science, American government. That's the only one I could find.
Yeah,
There is an adult program too through community ed.
yeah.
That's
So,
odd
but,
to me.
yeah,
'Cause it was
we've
such an
been down this
emphasis
road,
on-
and so we've seen all of those classes, fall off when they get cuts in funding.
They got floor hockey and speedball though.
I don't know how that budget goes where they
I'm
fund those
dabbling into a
athletics.
world I
Yeah.
don't know anything about, so I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, so I think if, understanding if there's any interest for youth to come and sit on but they also need to know that there's homework. I remember I told them the last time when we were going to have a youth council, and staff worked very hard to get all of the background to them. Not one showed up. They had a lot of excuses. They had athletic practices, they had to work, they didn't, and so, not one showed up to that first meeting.
I think our youth have shown over the past 1.5 years that they've gotten very involved in political action.
Yeah.
They might have a different feeling about
Yeah.
being involved at this point.
Yeah,
I feel like they're engaged on campaigns.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah,
I was just
Dan
gonna
G.
comment that to do this, we really do need a partner in the schools
Yeah,
or in the
we do.
Y, or somebody has to, I mean,
Yeah.
we put a TV station in the school district, and it took them years to finally do a curriculum over there. that-
Yeah.
We did our stuff over there, but they didn't take advantage of any of that stuff. And if we're gonna get youth involved, I think they have to have it in the institution where they're actually learning as well, so
Mm-hmm.
that they're more encouraged, instead of our staff reaching out and say, hey, you want to do this, or
Yeah.
any of us saying, hey, you want to join this thing? It's got to be more to it to get good, solid engagement in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe trying to work with the district to see if they can partner with us somehow and make some things happen, and they're willing to partner with us. That will give us some probably good candidates for whatever it's going to be.
What about some focus groups at the high school to find out what students are interested in their community? What are they interested in? Are they interested in being a part of a council work session and learning how municipal government works?
What is a
Or
council work
or if there's something with regard, because they're in parks, they come out for that, because it's something that they're interested in. It's recreation. It's the outdoors. So I would say, work with the school district and see what they're interested in doing. Melanie?
Madam Mayor and Council, a little ahead of this, but part of the 2022 budget that I've proposed is a future-oriented community visioning process, which I would envision.
Yeah.
I would imagine would be really, we really want that youth engagement, so that would be certainly part of it.
Yeah. And it
How that
is.
ties into this or not, you know what I mean? I think we could probably think about how these two needs could work together.
I agree, because it is through that Partnership for Tomorrow process where youth became a priority. So it was public safety, youth, neighborhoods, development, redevelopment, environment, transportation, services, organizational services, and financial management. So, yeah, and that came from the community. So, yeah.
We could do that if that meets the council's needs, with some of the ideas that
Yeah.
our engagement folks have pulled together and wrap it into a visioning process.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some nods of
Thoughts?
heads.
Yeah, is the high school youth and government still active?
I didn't see anything.
I
know how
don't
active
know.
they are. I don't really
We're
think they
good.
are.
Yeah.
I know they used to be.
Yeah, they used to
Quite
be a
active.
pretty big program,
Yeah.
but.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. And that runs through the Y typically.
That's right. That's where they go downtown to the legislature. It is through the
Yes.
Y.
It's the YMCA.
It's the Y, yeah,
I think on the Facebook page.
yeah. Okay,
So what I think I'm hearing is you like the ideas, you like the creativity. Let's roll it into maybe some other
yeah.
visioning and engagement
Community
opportunities.
engagement, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, state that again.
You like the ideas that that our staff came up with.
Yes.
We want that engagement. We want that feedback from youth. Perhaps we can weave it into our visioning and engagement process.
Yes, but I do not want it to disappear into that.
Okay, then we'll have some direction on what else you'd like to see then.
If it is, well, we're having youth engagement, therefore, we don't need these ideas, that's not what consensus is.
Okay, then that will be helpful to understand what that consensus is, so we make sure we meet your expectations.
I will restate what I am interested in. Everyone else can restate what they're interested in. I am interested in the first and the second idea.
And the first idea is having someone on the work session.
That's the second idea.
And the first one.
First idea is the youth can attend and they get credit.
Oh, yeah, that's a real, yeah, if they,
That's
if they
that's a
have.
partnership with
if
the
they-
school there.
if-
And that is a partnership
Like
with
a
the school.
curriculum kind
of
The second one doesn't have to be, that might be something we work with the Y with. That could be
Yeah.
cool. That would be fine.
The thing is, we have to find out if that program is still available at the high school for them to come to our meetings.
That's the youth
Because-
and government or
Yeah,
group or
it
whatever,
was
right?
youth and government or else.
Yeah, Ms. Quinn.
But that's something that needs to be explored, yeah.
Mayor, council members, one of the things I did was reach out to the lady that runs the youth and government.
Yeah.
And, she got back to me and said she's actually not doing that right now. And she's been assigned to something else for right now. And so I'm not sure if we're gonna get, I wasn't able to get any farther than that.
Okay.
Basically,
Yeah.
Was it
It's-
pandemic reassignment impact related or just literally
She didn't say.
just
She didn't say.
reassigned and doing
But I
something
did
different?
reach out, what I did notice was that, the lady at the high school that used to do the civics class was also the youth and government lady, and I reached out to
Right.
her, and she said, I'm not really working on this right now. So we're gonna have to try to wait until fall to see who is working on that.
It's all about their priorities
Yeah.
and what classes that,
Yeah, and the participation level, if it was dropping to some degree, it may have impacted their decision on whether going forward with it or not, but.
yeah. And we can find out, are they still
Mhm.
doing that? If not, and then find out, are youth interested in participating in a work session? And I agree, having the youth engaged in that community engagement piece is where you really get a lot of good feedback from the youth, because that's where we heard loud voices, and they were engaged.
Staff is looking for direction, though?
No, I think they
No.
got the two.
No.
We heard two things. I just want to
That's
confirm
what I
that that's
said.
what
Yeah.
the council wants. Because
I-
Councilmember
I am
Schultz
not
has been
speaking
very
for other
clear
people.
about her desires. So
No,
just want to make
and
sure.
I'm saying, if, I agree with rolling it all into a community engagement and making sure the youth are part of that process. The two pieces that you're talking about, Kara, is getting youth into the council and then we can sign. That's something that staff can take a look and see if the high school has that, if they have it or not. Because if they don't have it, then it's a moot point. And the other is, are there youth that are interested in being a part of the work session? And
I'm good
that's-
with both of those. One of them relies on the school district to support it. The other,
Does not.
less reliance on that, more just us reaching out, connecting with them to collaborate on attracting some youth to apply for a youth
To be
position.
on a
to
work- to
sit
be
in
on-
on our work sessions, right?
Yeah.
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 I guess
And
a
it
good place
has
to
to
start.
have value for them. If they're gonna sit here, is there a value for them, credits in their education system?
They don't need credit to sit on the work session. The value for them is they get to give their perspective and help guide policy that we then vote on what we do. Just like any other resident can help, they could come in and speak and that kind of stuff. But they would be seated here at the table. That's the value of it. They get to sit at this table
Yeah.
and contribute.
Well, we can
And
ask
I'm
and see
sure it
if they.
doesn't hurt that it's televised.
Yeah. Well,
That
you
would not
can-
be a negative.
Well, you can check and see if that's of interest to them and if that is of value. So I don't know, but for
So-
me, it's that community engagement is where you get a whole lot of good outcomes.
I don't want to put water on this because I think it's a great concept. I like both of the same things you like. If there is no class to get credit for, that could be a problem.
For the first one, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, then there's no
But
point.
if we can keep working and maybe create a class, that fixes that. I like the idea of participating in a work session, and maybe that's something as simple as just a communication, asking, the district if they'd be willing to put out a blast to the students on their Schoology saying, here's an opportunity, on our behalf, and then we see maybe what catches. And if there's nothing, then
There's nothing.
there's nothing. I mean, we do it again next year. There's always going to be, maybe not always, but I feel like there's just, there's that one kid that maybe has that interest, or maybe more than one. But if we're not asking, we won't know. But maybe one year there's just nobody cares.
Right.
Okay.
Still goes out to the schools.
with
You
the
know,
schools delegating the message.
It is that partnership with the school district.
And I
Yeah.
would think that because we do have some interest by youth on our commissions, that this is a little more appealing because they're sitting with us.
Could be more intimidating too, though.
Could be more, right, that might be a bigger concern, is that it's a little too intimidating, but the commissions are televised. There's usually interest because of the subject matter.
Yep.
So this interest is still subject matter based, but being able to work and interact with elected officials and staff for anybody that has an interest in civic or elected office or working for a government, I would think this would have some appeal. I mean, you guys all went to school somewhere, didn't you?
We
Right?
wanna be part of
Right?
this
So
glamorous.
you must
Really
have.
wanted to come to City
If you
Hall
had an
and hang out.
opportunity to, right, to sit with a city council when you were in high school, to kind of learn how government works at this level, at the policy level and interaction, I guess we think it's appealing.
Well, and to feed
We'll
off that,
find
if we could open it up to 9 through 12, if you have a freshman,
Yeah.
and maybe
Yes.
we get a freshman who stays on till they're a senior, we got 4 years out of one student.
Yeah,
you
which
know.
would be, actually, I think that's, if that works, it'd be great,
Okay.
because I think that every year they're gonna get more
And
and
then
more.
when they graduate, we just hire them because.
Okay,
Or they
So-
run for office.
Right.
And knock you out.
so Melanie and staff, what I hear is that there is consensus. We, it might be something we want, but we need to partner with the school district and get some information and come back and say, are they in or not, because they don't have the classes and they don't have a teacher assigned to government, and so,
I'm still here in
We'll see.
15 years, maybe.
okay. Is that it? Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute break because we're gonna come back and there's a survey and then we have the budget.
You
Okay.
get two tonight.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
It's a double header, Amber and Chris.
Just one already.
Burnsville 2000?
Yeah.
Look at that picture.
I know.
People happy.
Really, I know. I had short hair, very short hair.
See, that's what I remember when I
that.
think of the mayor.
Yeah.
About once a
Very
year, someone
sh-
finds
yeah,
a new
I
box
had
hidden
short
somewhere.
I had young kids, and I had to very quickly get moving. Okay.
Sorry,
We're
just want
on-
to let you
yeah.
know.
Pulled together, right?
Okay, we are now
We're on your show,
reconvened.
Kim.
Yeah.
Show that to camera one. There you go.
Yeah, okay. And the next item is the follow-up on a community survey, and presenting is Carissa Larson and Amber Jacobson.
Hello again, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having us back to follow up on the community survey results we heard last month. As promised, we made efforts to look back through previous surveys to try to determine where we could find some trend lines from the 2012, 2016, and 2021 surveys. As we mentioned during the last presentation, the 2021 survey was reimagined to better reflect questions and topics that matter to us today. We also hired a new survey consultant who could help us achieve our new goals. As such, the 2021 survey does not have a question-to-question comparison to 2012 and 2016. Staff looked at all of the questions from the 3 surveys in order to develop the themes you'll see today. In some cases, we looked at multiple questions and drivers of satisfaction in order to come up with a well-rounded theme. You'll also notice that the 2012 and 2016 results are shown as percentages, Those surveys were calculated more like a head count. How many people said XYZ? In 2021, responses were calculated as an overall score. We can think of that more like taking the community's temperature on a certain issue. And now Carissa is going to walk you through some themes.
So we'll start with the residential survey. The first theme we noticed is that overall resident experiences with the city are very positive. In 2012, in 2016 actually, we asked about the quality of life in Burnsville. It was rated as excellent or good by 89% of respondents in 2012 and 96% of respondents in 2016. In 2021, we asked a variety of questions that rolled up into 11 broad topics regarding experiences, things like overall fire service, overall police service, overall city management, parks, etc. So out of those 11, 10 of those overall categories scored above a 70, and 9 of them were at or above national and regional benchmarks. City staff and management continue to receive high marks for professionalism and quality of service. So in 2012, 77% of respondents approved of the work of city staff, 95% said staff were courteous, and 85% said staff were efficient. In 2016, similar questions, 93% of people approved of the work of city staff, 96% said staff were courteous, and 97% said staff were efficient. In 2021, we asked 14 questions regarding city management. 11 of those scored above 70, and all were at or above national and regional benchmarks. Residents believe Burnsville is a safe place to live and praise police and fire departments. So 93% of respondents said Burnsville was a safe place in 2012. 93% and 81% respectively rated their interactions with police and fire as positive. In 2016, 94% said Burnsville was a safe place. 95% and 94% respectively rated their interactions with police and fire as positive. In 2021, Burnsville scored a 73 for safe place, and police and fire received overall scores of 87 and 90 respectively. Scores for police and fire, when we asked their individual questions, were all at or above national and regional benchmarks.
Yeah.
Well, can we just talk about that 73 versus a 93 and 94? So what's the difference in the scales?
So,
The way the questions were
at
asked.
the bottom one there for 2021. So we asked separate questions about, one question was, do you believe Burnsville is a safe place? I can't remember for sure if it was just a safe place or a safe place to live. That score was a 73. Then there were separate scores or separate questions for police and fire. I want to say there were 5 or 6 questions apiece in those. And then based off of say all 5 questions for fire, then Cobalt was able to roll those up into kind of one overall, score for fire.
Right. Well, and the 8790 is not that far off the 95, 94, 93, right? So, and there's 93, 81. So, all things considered, those are marginal differences. It's the 93, 94 drop to 73 that is more concerning.
Plus or minus.
Well, so again, these are, the scores for 2021 are not going to be, you can't think of them quite like the percentages, right? So some of these are gonna feel a little off. It's just because of the way the surveys were. They were calculated differently for different purposes,
Yeah,
right?
is the 73 out of 100, or what, which is, then you can just say it's 73%, but it was
Yes,
73 out of
yes. So-
80 or something like that?
I'm sorry, let me go back a little bit here. So I made up this little example on this slide, but in 2012 and 2016, the way we would have, we could have said, 70% of people believe X, Y, Z, right? Whereas in 2021, what our survey consultant is doing is taking kind of what everybody says and figuring out, rather than what do X percent of people believe, it's what is the community kind of feeling about this as a score. So it's out of 100, but it's less about,
Yeah, as a
Does
percentage.
that make
And the
sense?
questions in 2012 and 2016 were sort of leading. You had a couple choices, and maybe the one below that was, not representative of how you felt. And so the next one up sort of just automatically, put that person in a group that fell into that, 80 or 90% range. Because I remember the way they were done, it was not ideal per se. So now I get it when you're saying, they rate parking at City Hall, using examples, 70 out of 100.
Yep.
Which would be concerning to me, 'cause what's wrong with parking, right? It's probably, there's never a spot close to the front door.
Right.
So there's flaws in this one, but it's more of a quantity number rather than a percentage.
Right.
Driven off of questions that are really sort of, that throw you into these groups.
Right, and rather than driven off of percentages of people, right? It's
Right.
more, it kind of takes the group as a whole and looks at,
Yeah.
what do they say as a whole?
So 70 out of
We got
100.
a 4 out of 5. I mean, thinking of in terms of stars, right? How did we score? Did we have a, 11 and 10, half, we're roughly about a 3-point something out of 5 stars, right, for parking at the at City Hall. It's a good example to use because, it's sort of benign, but it does frustrate people, apparently.
The other thing is that the scales of these surveys were very different, right? So what I noticed in 2012 and 2016, not all questions, but a fair number of questions were things like, would you rate this excellent, good, poor, fair,
Right.
are you likely, not likely? And I'm no survey expert, but I think the way people respond to those is probably a whole psychology in and of itself, right? On how you respond to scales like that versus 2021, where we kind of asked, almost every question was just a rate us 1 through 10, So the scales were very different too, which is one of the reasons why it'd be very hard to recalculate all of these surveys into one kind of consistent
Forces
number.
people to think about the question a little bit more. Because you could just say, yes, 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 here's your survey back.
Yeah.
So rather than multiple choice, we're trying to take a temperature of things instead of just blanketing.
Yep.
Which I like better.
Okay.
Does that help? Okay.
Thank you.
The next theme we found, and is probably no surprise, but residents value our parks more than ever. Now, this one, there was kind of some consistency. So all of the surveys from 2012, 2016, and 2021 asked about service priorities. So it gave a list and asked residents to kind of rank their choices on service priorities. Those choices changed survey to survey, but parks was always consistent through them. So in 2012, parks ranked 13th. In 2016, they ranked 6th, and in 2021, parks are all the way up to number 3. So in 2021, 5 separate questions were asked about parks and amenities, and they all received scores of 82 to 83, all which were at or above benchmarks.
Or grandkids living in the city now, and the grandparents like going to parks.
I was gonna say, maybe that's significant of a changing demographic.
Yeah.
Age demographic has changed a lot since 2012.
Dan Gustafsons are moving out.
We're staying in place, like our predecessors did.
Wait, you complained about them not moving.
Yeah, well, I
Now
changed
you're
my
one
mind.
of them.
I had to throw this one in. This one is one I'm personally proud of. The readership and appreciation for the Burnsville Bulletin continues to grow. So this particular question in 2021, Cobalt did calculate as a percentage because it was kind of a demographic or preference question. So we're a little more apples to apples here. So in 2012, 28% of residents said that the Burnsville Bulletin was their main source of city information. In 2016, 33% of people reported the same thing. And in 2021, we're up to 56% of people who say that the Bulletin is their preferred source of information. In both 2016 and 2021, the Bulletin was the most preferred source out of all the options given.
Interesting. It's evolved and gotten really, really much better. But also back in 2012, there's a lot more competition with other printed types of stuff. Today, those have reduced in numbers, and we've gone so electronic that I think it's like the last one surviving, right? It's become more valuable because it's not in a crowded field so much anymore. And it stands out. Plus, it is better. I just think it's a much better product today than it ever was.
Well, that magazine made all the difference, I think, too. It's really, but I agree, back in 2012, what do we have this week? The Sun, Star Tribune South, there were a lot of different editions that.
It was competing.
I think
more than-
Pioneer Press even had a South Metro going on.
Right.
There were a couple of trends we saw that are more opportunities for service optimization. So in the residential survey, drinking water taste remains a common concern. We talked about this last month as well. So,
You belong where? I couldn't see the bottom of it.
sorry, Ryan, you were here last month too. I'm sorry.
I couldn't see it. You belong what?
Drinking water was the lowest rated city provided service in 2012, with 51% of people giving it a negative rating. And it ranked among the lowest in 2021 with a score of 63, which was below national and regional benchmarks. It's also in 2021 the biggest driver of satisfaction in the utility category. So if you remember the axis charts that William was showing last month, drinking water shows up in the bottom right quadrant, meaning it's important to people, but they're not satisfied with it. I'm not sure why, but the question wasn't asked in the same way as in 2016. That survey combined and just asked about water and sewer, didn't specify drinking water, so it didn't seem right to me to throw that into this particular
Could have
comparison.
been a deliberate choice to avoid something that we knew the answer to already.
Maybe.
It's like, okay, it's really bad. We know it's bad. Let's not just keep bringing it up.
I drink water.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten used to it, but it still has its flavor challenge.
Maybe that is
It's
something
flavor
to do with
Flavor
changing
challenge.
demographics too.
That's true.
People
Yeah.
haven't adjusted to the miserable taste of our water yet.
Say that.
I don't taste a difference.
I like our water.
I don't notice a thing.
Well, you grew up on it.
It depends
But
on where you're
kind
at in
of.
the city, though, too. It's,
Water's changed since you grew up.
Yeah.
It used to be more irony.
Yeah.
It was all
Oh, it
Hartford
had.
at one
It was
time.
well water. It was fabulous. It was the best drinking water in the world.
I don't think it
No,
tastes
it's-
like anything now.
Yeah, it's filtered to the point, I suppose.
It's all a
where-
matter of taste.
Yes, and the survey says, not good.
It's like cilantro, sometimes it tastes like soap, sometimes it doesn't.
So that's just something we're gonna have to deal with over time as the filtration systems need some maintenance and that kind of stuff, and one-time money from the feds could help maybe put some additional
Just passed that
filtration in.
new infrastructure bill in the Senate.
Yeah, which is water
Water's
related,
part
but
of it.
yeah, for us, it's
Actually,
learn
that
from what
passed the
Minneapolis
Senate.
has
It's
done.
now going to go to the
As I
House.
said, just passed the Senate, so.
Yeah, it's really learn from Minneapolis. I remember the presentations back in Tom, what's his last name now? former deputy city manager, Tom
Hanson.
Hanson.
Yeah.
I haven't mentioned his name in years. Just, talking about it and when we were first, doing the whole additional expansion to the water treatment plant and learning that we now have, a taste
water.
problem. Yeah, because and we're adding, so it really does depend on where you're sitting in the city. And if you're close to the treatment plant, there's more chlorination taste or chlorine taste. If you're further away, it's less. If you're in a cul-de-sac with 2 dead-end water pipes, which I used to live on, not good, because it sits. It doesn't move, and it just gets a swampy kind of odor, and it's
Ryan,
bad.
You're probably going to need to take us all through the plant again and re-educate people on how the water comes from the surface, from the surface water plant into the main plant and how it gets mixed and distributed.
I believe on September is Tony White, our new utility superintendent, is planned to be here to discuss. We'll review this work session discussion and provide some comments.
Give them a heads up.
Because, we
Yeah,
I
I
think-
mean, we are doing all the maintenance, I promise you that we
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
can do. And
Yeah.
we added the system
Yeah.
to take a lot of the taste and odor out as
Yep.
it makes its way from the quarry to there. And
I remember you
helped.
had to
I
do a
mean-
big analysis of all of the product that you put into it, like the pack.
Activated carbon.
And, yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
We just,
Yeah.
if we toured the Minneapolis facility and learned how the professionals do it, because they've had to do it their entire
Minneapolis
life,
have had,
we could learn what we need
have
to
had
do to
surface
improve the
water
taste.
from the very beginning. They get their water out of the Mississippi.
Right, so they've always had to do it.
Just for the record, our operators would definitely consider themselves professionals, and they're.
Oh, I agree. It's not that. It's the tools that we have to decide to fund to give the enhanced filtration to get more of that sort of problem out.
Yeah,
Right.
the technology at the Minneapolis treatment plant is different. They got ultraviolet and all this and
Yeah.
that to do things, but the
Yeah,
group that
it
we
all
have-
takes money, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah.
One-time money.
Yeah, it all takes money. Okay, we'll proceed. Clarissa and Amber.
With the business survey, Burnsville is a great place to have a business. In 2012, 92% of respondents said Burnsville's business climate was excellent or good. 94% said it was excellent or good in 2016. And in 2021, we asked a question that said, is Burnsville a great place to have a business? Which it scored a 69 and is a driver of satisfaction. So it was in that upper right quadrant, showing that it's important to people and they're satisfied with it. Businesses plan on staying in Burnsville. With this one, like others, our scales changed a little bit over the course of the surveys. In 2012 and 2016, we asked, do you plan on staying up to 10 years or greater? In 2012, 73% of respondents said they planned on staying more than 10 years. 2016, 79% of respondents said they plan on staying in Burnsville for more than 10 years. 2021, the scale changed. We asked about their plans 5 years from now. And so when we asked about keeping a business in Burnsville 5 years from now, that scored a 71. Businesses believe that their water and sewer rates are affordable. In 2012, 49% said rates were average or low. In 2016, 67% said rates were average or low. And in 2021, utility affordability scored a 67.
Pretty consistent there.
Then finally, another kind of opportunity for service optimization, again, just as we were finding some trends and themes. The perception of Burnsville's responsiveness to business needs seems to be declining.
Wow.
So in 2012 and 2016, both 86% of respondents said the city's responsiveness was excellent or good. However, in 2021, responsiveness scored a 57. A similar question was asked about how regularly the city checks in with businesses to ensure satisfaction, and that scored a 30.
That's an interesting score.
It is a real interesting
And, what's a follow-up question? What does that mean, responsiveness?
And I think this is one area where, just like William was saying at the last presentation, it takes more conversation to find out what is behind this. The data I don't think tells us enough.
Yeah.
right?
Agreed.
We
It
have to go
doesn't.
have some
Not
conversations
with
with the
everything
community.
that we've done to our businesses and how, all the responsiveness that, I don't know.
Yeah, we're more flexible, more responsive, more supportive, but
Yeah.
they don't see it that way.
And that's what I want to
Yeah,
understand.
we need to dig deeper, find out what it is that they're
Yeah.
still not happy about. Or,
And
and also look at the questions that gave us those 286 scores. Like, what were those, how were those questions framed?
Yeah,
And how are the new questions framed, so we can maybe
because my gosh, we
glean
gave them
some
money.
understanding of why, right?
We gave our businesses money.
Yeah, and that, I mean, it's not even that, it's really the ordinances, right?
Well, you know, I don't know that.
Do we have any?
Flexibility.
I don't know.
Last year, we
Responsiveness.
used up everything.
But responsiveness in, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Responsiveness. Did they call and they didn't get, a response from staff? Did they want something and they didn't get what they wanted? You know, what's responsiveness?
I agree.
Yep,
we need to dig
everybody
deeper.
probably thinks about it a little bit differently, right? And
Yeah, and I
one of
think
the-
next time it might be something that you and the folks who do the survey, there has to be more than just that, because it tells me nothing.
Well, what can we do now? Because I wouldn't want to wait. When is the next
Yeah.
survey?
the next survey will be in 4 years, but you're right.
That's way too long with this type of
Yeah.
situation. I
What
think we
does
need
that
to
mean?
engage with
And
the
who-
chamber
Yeah.
and do some follow-up, maybe Survey Monkey, and dig a little deeper and better understand what it is so we can address it. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to let it just, well,
Melanie?
we don't know, so we got to wait 4 years, right?
Melanie?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, we're not going to wait 4
Yeah.
years. Part of the goal of this survey is to take it and weave it into our overall strategic measures and figure out where can we really move that dial? Where are those
Yeah.
areas in that we want to be in that top right quadrant?
Yeah.
And what does that look like? So we're talking through that on a staff level, and we certainly are not gonna just let this go into a vacuum.
Yeah, that's good, because, you know, and how that question was asked in terms of responsiveness.
Well, we know who the surveys went to, right? I mean, so we can go back and have a conversation.
Well,
if we needed to.
do
The
you
surveys
know
were
who?
anonymous.
They're anonymous.
We don't know.
Yeah,
But-
Well,
because,
Workman Insurance got one, so if you want to talk to my dad about it, you can.
No, don't talk to his dad.
I would advise you not to.
And the other thing that William talked about was this is a snapshot in time, right? So we continue to evolve, we continue to reach out, we continue to have engagement. And so this is good information for us to work from. But I wouldn't necessarily push the panic button quite yet.
no, I'm not, I just want more information with regard to that word. Okay,
So those were the trends that we were able to find this go round. Now, again, the next round of surveys next round of these statistically valid surveys is in another 4 years. In between then, of course, we have conversations, we do, more informal surveys. But in the next round, we'll be able to, by doing this kind of new version of the survey again, we'll be able to better compare our own scores to this year while also looking at those national and regional benchmarks. So we'll have more data points to be able to kind of judge where we're going at that time.
okay.
Can I ask
Melanie?
a quick?
There's nothing magic about a 4-year cycle. A lot of
No.
communities do this on a more frequent
Yeah,
basis, so
2
that might
years
be
was what
something
we
the
used to do
council would
them.
want to consider.
Yeah.
We do every 2 years.
2 years, we used to do them every 2
Yep.
years.
Oh, wait, actually, it was 2 years.
For residential and then
residential,
2
then
years for.
So it was 4-year spread between
Yeah.
each business one and 4-year spread between each
But every 2 years, there's a
residential.
different
But we're-
segment of it.
Yeah. yeah.
I think there's probably value in doing it together like we did this year, and
Yep.
consideration of whether we do it more
More
frequently.
frequently.
Yeah.
What was
And-
the total cost of this particular one?
I want to say we got it close to 40,000 this year, I think.
40,000.
And that would be in consulting fees, Councilmember Keeley.
Not
Not inclusive of staff time, so you would have to
Yeah.
Do we know how
do
many
some more math on that.
Yeah.
businesses
Vince?
were surveyed? Thank you.
How many businesses were surveyed?
I know we probably touched on that already, but I can't remember.
Yep, so, let me go back here.
Because it was also on the website, and then people can
I'm just
can
wondering
respond
if
to the survey.
you had 5 or 6 businesses that could pull an average down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If the sample
Of course.
size wasn't very big, then yes.
Yeah.
Statistically valid, so.
Yeah.
So
So, Carissa?
1,800 businesses received the
Responded.
survey. Valid responses were received from 207 businesses, which gave us a 6.1% margin of error with a confidence level of 95%.
Pretty high sample, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow, that's more,
It's
even more
actually really
concerning why
good.
that number's so low then.
yeah,
Yeah, it's legitimate.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, staff, Melanie, as I'm listening to you, there is a plan to get some more information with regard to the business survey. Okay, great. And then you'll come back and tell us. Okay? Anything else?
That's all we had. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions for Carissa and Amber? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate all the work that you've done. And I do want to also express my gratitude for all of the engagements that you all have done for our community, reaching out, all of the pop-up events, all of the big events. I really appreciate also the event that highlights our operations. It's the first time ever that we highlighted operations. Usually, it's always the forward-facing services that we have, Public Works, police and fire, parks, but this was the first time. So thank you for elevating and letting people know what operations is all about. Because without operations, Ryan can't do what he needs to do in Public Works.
Totally.
You had
So-
the chipper truck out there even, which was
Yeah,
awesome.
well, he still needs finance if he wants that truck. Yeah.
You said they need a new truck?
Huh? Though, it's fine.
You say they need a new one?
No, if he needs to, he just has to make it go through the operations. So Ryan, is there going to be an event at the maintenance center for our community like you did just before the pandemic? That was a hit. Even in the rain, it was a big hit.
Our goal will be May of 2022 to put that on.
Oh, so
we
you're
got
not going to
show
have
off
one
some of
this
our
fall?
stuff during night to night, so we were happy about that. But
Yeah.
we don't have one planned at this point, so we're hoping we're a little more through the entire pandemic. It's pretty much got to be indoors there, and so.
Yeah.
And it aligns with
Because I was
Public Works
thinking that
Week,
you might-
correct?
Yeah, and we'll line up with Public Works Week. Thank you, see? They're
Works
always
Week.
looking out for me. Give me the best answers that I can come.
That's exactly why I know that.
Wait a minute, I
Get our
didn't get
partners
it.
involved, make sure everybody's pushing it through
What did you
their
say,
channels.
Carissa?
It aligns with Public Works Week. in May.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so she's there for me to give me the best answer. the best reasoning that could possibly
Sorry
be
again about the drinking water thing.
I just wanted to highlight that it was a big hit.
It was.
Even in the rain, you had a full house.
People,
Notice
our
will go out.
crew wants to do it again. It's there,
Yeah.
we want to do it. It was super fun.
Yeah.
And we will have all kinds of stuff there.
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
It
It
was.
was lots of
Will we
fun.
be able to name the snow plows there?
You could paint one.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep,
they
you
did.
could
The
paint
kids
on one.
paint
Could we
the plows.
paint the name on
You're
one?
talking about the snowplow naming
What are you gonna
competition.
name it?
No, not me. Community people can name
Oh,
our
the
snow
kids had a
plows.
Look
good
at
time
Daisy's coming to
painting
plow the snow
the
down the
plows.
street.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Okay,
What was the name?
That would be fun.
Yeah.
it would be fun. I've
Yeah.
heard some success on that, so.
Yes.
we'll, keep
A
that.
mural on the way with the name.
Okay, all right.
McChevy face.
Okay, well,
Like Chevy face.
sorry, Ryan, for, thank you, ladies, thank you. And now we are moving on to the 2022 max tax.
Just do it.
And,
It's 8
Melanie?
Yeah,
are you-
Madam Mayor,
Melanie?
I get to kick it off real briefly before we turn it over to our
To
finance
Jenny.
director, Jenny Rhodey. I just wanted to share a couple thoughts as we were working through the budget, and from June to now, these folks have done great work and reviewing our numbers and looking at projections and coming up with some creative options for the council to consider. But I keep coming back to our theme this year, which is growing towards community and organizational health. So that's foundation with that. And then our vision. So when I think of bold, right, I think about adding that behavioral health unit to respond to a need, even though, we didn't get the county program or the matching funds, but we figured it out. I think about vibrant You just talked about all the events that we were having. And last year, when we couldn't be together physically, we figured out a way to stay connected virtually or through other creative events. You know, I think about welcoming. It's about the work we've been doing on leaning into, you know, understanding ourselves better, understanding our community and the cultural components of our community, and really thinking about how best do we do that to serve all members of our community. And when we work through this, and I talked with each of you kind of individually, and some themes started to emerge. And I called it my four-legged stool, but again, our engagement folks came back with a much nicer visual for us, and that's our tree.
And it fits
You
our
were like,
sustainability.
we're not going to do it.
It's got roots,
It fits,
So as I think about all that has been going on, like COVID has impacted everything the last year and a half, and it will continue. I mean, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We've really pushed ourselves out and done some new creative, innovative things. We've stopped doing some things. We've reimagined how we've done things, and that's really, I think, the new way of doing business, right? And it's impacted all of us differently. It's impacted our operations. It's had an impact on our staff and our team and our community and how we interact with them. So when we start thinking about, well, what does Burnsville look like? What does vibrant and bold and welcoming really truly mean as we're creating our budget? Some themes started to emerge, and they're on the leaves there. It's that community visioning process, really engaging with our community. What does Burnsville 2030, 2040 look like to the community? It's about thinking about how are we crafting our budget to meet the programs or priorities that are most important to the community and to the council. It's thinking about how do we smooth the process a little bit, because we're perpetually in budget mode. And if we can take a little bit of a longer lens, maybe that allows us to free up and reallocate time in a way to focus on those priorities and programs that the council finds most important. So 2-year budget cycle. And then finally, all of this, we're talking about health and we're talking about vibrant and bold and welcoming. It really all wraps around people. And so I just want to be sensitive to, we have stopped doing stuff. We have started doing stuff differently. We have set stuff aside. I mean, there is like no business as usual anymore. I really see that. And there's still some opportunity for us, and we're going to continue to grow and evolve and change. And I think we want to acknowledge that our staff are a key component to that, and how we interact with our community is a key component of that. That's my four-legged stool that our communications folks turned into a tree for me, and that's my little introduction. But really, the hard work has been occurring with Jenny Rohde and her team with looking at the numbers. So I'm going to turn it over to Jenny today.
Thanks, Melanie. Good
hello,
evening.
Jenny, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'll start out with kind of review the numbers. We've got some high-level slides here, and they kind of encompass what we've been talking about over the past weeks and months, really, as we started in June, looking at what our preliminary budget pressures were and what that kind of high-level current increase for 2022 might look like. As you probably remember, it was when we looked at high-level current maintenance of current operations, the levy increase was estimated to be approximately 9.7%. And at the House here in the middle of the circle kind of details the components of that 9.7% increase. At the top of the House here, 4.4% really was the people component, really staff, maintenance of current staffing levels, and really the people providing the service. 2.8% was really unfunded operations from 2021. We did use about $1.1 million in fund balance last year, and so that, there is a gap there in that levy of 2.8%.
Could I ask a quick
Yeah.
question? Just for the viewer's edification and maybe just a restatement for us. the 1.1 that we used, do you remember what percentage of the levy that represented last year?
So in my head math, it's probably about 3%. So really close to that 2.8. Yep. So our total levy is 39 million. So
it's very similar. To
very
what the
similar.
number
I mean, there's a little shifts in there, but yep, very close to that. Yep. 2.3% really comprises our increases for capital needs as well as our required debt service levies. And then the bottom is 0.6 or close for really some operational and inflationary increases in current expenses. So that kind of composes the house. Really, that 9.7% keeps the keeps the house standing. As we look at outside this house, there are some new initiatives and some additional budget pressures that we've identified that are not included in that 9.7%. I won't go into detail on all of them. I know we've talked about many of them. Really, we've got some inflationary pressures that we know are happening. We know we may have to look at some future kind of funding of some of the enterprise operations when we look at ice arena and golf. We know golf has had a couple good years, so we'll kind of take a long-term approach to looking at those. But we know the pandemic really did impact the ice center operations, so things that we just need to be aware of. We've applied for SAFER and COPS grants, but there is a city component. Should we be awarded that? That 9.7% does not include that city component. We've got some pressures from the cable franchise fee operations, really a declining franchise fee, and also an additional, our additional focus on communications too. So, we'll be taking a longer term look at that really over the next 5 years. It's something that's in our plans. Some other new initiatives, really, community visioning, some inclusion and belonging work, increased focus on community engagement, as well as, organizational development. So those are some additional pressures that we'll be facing, not all in 2022, but really, over the next 5 years.
Dan Kay?
Okay, let's, I'm glad you prepped us and shared this with us in advance so we could digest it a little bit and come back. Of those things in the outer garden that are outside the house.
It does kind of look like a garden plot,
Yeah.
I guess.
How many of those are more of a short-term or a one-time expense versus part of the fundamental core ongoing year-over-year expense? So we can think of the 9.7 being that foundational budget increase, and then those things that we have to think about that are, if we were to choose to do them, they are going to be adopted into this core fundamental foundation. Inclusion and belonging might be a 2-year expense, and then we don't really have any more expense. Maybe periodic updates, but it's not a heavy expense that's going to be, if it's $100,000, it's not $100,000 every year from here to perpetuity.
Correct.
It's $100,000 to go through the process, right?
Business support grants.
Yeah, business support grants. That's a one-time thing based on the pandemic. Some of the new initiatives might be there. Community engagement, that might be a one-off depending on what we're going to do.
Kind of depends on
If
what
we're going to choose to do
yeah.
a few things. Those are basically SAFER grant. Now that is right. So if we choose to go that route, it does become a permanent part of our cost structure at the core. So if
SAFER
that
and
has
COPS.
if that has a 1 or 1.5 or 2, whatever that number is, it's got to go in. It can't be. We can't take one-time money and address it. It's got to become part of our permanent budget.
Correct. It's
Right.
long-term.
So can you sort of identify
yeah,
which
I'll try
ones
to.
are
And
that?
some might be a combination, or we may not, depending on what we decide to do
Mm-hmm.
or not, we may not know yet if it's one or both. But yeah, I think, community engagement, that depends. I think we mentioned that. Inclusion and belonging, I think that's more of a, probably some shorter term
Right.
projects. New initiatives, I think in there we had, community visioning, some things that were one-time items, I think multimodal transportation kind of focus was in there, so that's probably more of a long-term, something more long-term that we may, are gonna work into our capital
Danji?
funding.
When you talk about community engagement, it's
Yeah.
kind of a one-term deal. How does that be one term?
No, it's an
No.
Committed to
ongoing.
community
Ongoing.
engagement, it should
If
be
it's
ongoing, right?
Ongoing,
It's
yeah.
ongoing.
It depends on, I guess it depends on the focus, but yeah, if it's,
Okay.
you know,
So that's not a one-time, that's gonna be an ongoing
We-
expense.
yeah, we-
If we're committed to having community engagement, we're gonna be funding it every
Well,
year.
let me ask, have we not done any community engagement in prior years?
We've been
Why
doing
is
it-
this,
have.
we've been doing it since
I
you've
think
been
it's
on
just
council.
why is
increased-
this a new expense that we have to think of as something we haven't done before that we have to consider if we
I
want
think
to
it's
do
just
it?
increased focus, increased, that has become more of a priority.
Yeah, because I'm guessing in our prior budgets, we've spent money on community engagement at various levels year over year over year. What's so new about it as far as an incremental increase that it has to be on the list of, these are things that could cost your drive your costs up a little bit more?
Marketing, all of the expense with, okay, Greg?
Mayor, Councilmember Keeley, I really do look at community engagement as an ongoing operational cost for us, in that if we continue the direction that we've been moving, I think that creating great experiences in the community is going to require us to operationalize some things that right now we've pieced together with our current resources. I don't want to shout the staffing need issue from the mountaintops, right? Because we can be efficient and we can be smart about the use of staff. At some point in time, we're going to have to ask questions about our ability with our current resources to connect with different audiences. A real need that I talk with our staff about every day is our ability to have the right people on staff to make the right connections in our community. So I do see that as an operational pressure for us that might be more long term than some of the one and done initiatives that I think that we land at, could be just because they're obvious to us, right? So kind of a balance is how I would look at it.
That's a good example to use for where you see the incremental increases, right, is as part of community engagement, who else do we need to bring on staff that can better address the growing population of our people of color that we may not be
And
doing
we've
a
never-
great job of
Absolutely.
communicating with, right, and working with, but, okay.
Okay, Danji, and then Ryan.
Does our community engagement include things like the events in the city as well? Is that considered
Oh,
part
yeah.
of? So
Yeah.
as we put more money into different events and things like
Yeah.
that, that's part of our community engagement as well.
Yes, Councilmember
And
Gustafson.
that has gone up in the last couple of years, because we've
And it's a
increased
priority that
what
we-
we give to different legacy events and things like that.
Yeah, and it's a priority from a staff perspective that we keep figuring out how to better engage the entirety of the community with those events, right? So that becomes important to us as we think about the use of resources.
Okay, Ryan?
Just a good example, I was amazed when Jen was describing the community outreach we did for the multimodal plan.
Yes.
In the past, that had been 2 open houses,
Yeah.
get whatever we got. We were at 10 events. Amber was out in the field doing this
Yeah.
for us. I mean, we were getting people from, it's not just engineering staff doing this anymore, but, I mean, it's just totally changed. And this is
It
in a
has.
handful of years. I mean, 5 years ago, this would have been 2 open houses, and
Yeah.
we got what we got, and that's what the community thinks. Now we're out at Walmart, we're out at Target, we're out at whatever. So that's just an example on a project basis.
Yeah, no, and you're absolutely right. When we're talking about community engagement, I see from the past to now a higher engagement, and it's high touch. To your point, 2 open houses, we got what we got.
Yep.
Here, it's a lot more interactive, a lot more engaging, all different sectors of our community, so a lot more activities, yes.
I want to
DK.
just build on that a little bit. What did Amber stop doing to allow her to adopt more of these types of things, right?
That I can't answer, but I
Yeah.
just,
Councilmember Keeley, that is a great question.
Yeah,
And I'm not going to put words in Amber's mouth, but that's one of the struggles that we have, frankly.
She hasn't taken
Amber
anything.
was reallocated out of our recreation department after community services
Yeah.
kind of dissolved
Yeah.
into the recreation department before I arrived. We recognized, and Melanie really encouraged us to think about how do we take an organizational lens on community engagement? Meaning that, to Ryan's point, community engagement isn't an org services function. It literally is about everything that we do. It goes back to the conversation we had in July, where we talked about how do we create great experiences? How do we think about the folks who live, work, and play in Burnsville in a way that every time we have the opportunity to impact or touch their lives, how do we turn that into something where they want to come back for more, where they trust us to be working alongside them and working for them? So the short answer to the question is, we haven't changed much. Amber has found ways to be more efficient in her work.
Good. That's a good thing.
And she's probably working quite a bit more than she once was. And that's okay for a short term, as we figure out how to make this stuff work. The longer term lens on it is, how do we operationalize it in a way that we aren't burning staff out, that we're taking care of them, but at the same time, we keep hard charging towards creating great experiences. And that's the balance we're working towards right now.
Well,
Yep.
I think it's important, if I may, Madam Mayor, I think it's important to understand what we're comparing it to. I would have questions whether Amber was, in fact, fully utilized as a human resource previously and managed in that way compared to what we're doing today. Now, you guys, staff would be the best to answer that question is the work that Amber's doing today filling up a 40-hour work week the way it should have always been filled, meaning she wasn't properly utilized previously, or is she working 55 hours a week because she was at 40 and we gave her a lot more to do, and now she's literally, stretched to the point where she's working 50 or 55 hours a week after week after week. That's a different scenario that obviously we would want to address. But those are the kinds of things that we need to know. Part of my, and this is not the levy, but we're getting into this reallocation and adjusting and, I applaud all that. I think that is a natural evolution of any company, and any government should do it, and I applaud us for doing that. From a budget standpoint and a resources standpoint, I kind of think of it as a little bit of a water balloon where you say, okay, we're going to shrink this over here because we're going to put that resource over there. And we're going to adjust the water balloon and where the water is allocated. But the amount of water in that balloon isn't changing that much. We're not adding more water so we can just add, right? So we can fill up all these spots. So I'm glad that you're going through this process of evaluating where the focus areas are and the goals, right, of what we set, and that you're trying to align the departments and the human resource allocation to fulfill those goals. That also requires us to take a look at what they were doing that may no longer be a priority to allow them to shift into those new roles. So for us, at the council level, we have to, I believe that this it forces us to go through the process of priority-based budgeting. And what is it that is being done that we've always done that we may not need to be doing or should be doing anymore because it doesn't really maybe carry the same value as it did 15 years ago, right? And we're still doing it. That movie, what was it? Where I think it was Tom Hanks, and he's a congressman and he's walking in, Wilson, something I think it was, maybe somebody over. Wilson's War. And he's walking down the hall and he's working with an assistant and he said something and he says, can you tell me why are we doing that? And he said, tradition mostly, right? Things get going in government and then they just sort of stay there. And we are probably at government level, we're less likely to ask the question, do we still need to be doing that? How important is that in today's priorities versus 10 or 15 or 20 years ago when we started doing it? So that whole process is something that staff has to do. I just want to know and understand if we're at the policy level are asked to say we need more, we need more, we need more. We need to understand that exercise and what is it that we have that we need to maybe make a decision on to give direction to staff to say we don't want to do that anymore. We think that giving that up is worth making sure that we're doing all this stuff. Doesn't mean that it's not going to come out net that we do need more people, but I want to make sure that we're really not holding on to old things and doing them just because we've always done them, but we also want to add all these new things because of the new direction, the new goals, et cetera.
Yeah, Melanie.
That Ryan and Jenny and Greg would all agree with this statement that I often ask. Why are we doing this? And do we still need to be doing this? And you got to tell me what we can stop doing. I mean, that is a regular conversation we've had for 2.5 years, and it's led to some really great changes, and it's led to some really good outcomes, and it's led to pushing us outside of our comfort zone, asking questions of ourselves and of council, frankly, about do we still want to do this? And sometimes we say no, and sometimes we say yeah. I think hand in hand with all of that, council member, it goes into the investment we're making in our staff to make sure that they are well-trained, well-equipped, that they can act as autonomously as we need them to act, because we are hiring adults and we are hiring professionals, and if we are clear with what we are trying to achieve, they can go and do their job, and our vision and our values are being met. So those are all those, and I don't want to imply that this wasn't being done. Don't get me wrong. I just want to say that in the 2.5 years I've been here, we've really kind of pushed it a little bit, and Ryan's going, yeah, she has. But this all takes time. So when you ask a question, that's an excellent question. What have we stopped doing? What we've done is we've really talked with our staff about when you have an opening, what is really important in this position? And we've shed a lot of stuff, and we've reimagined. We're reimagining our Natural Resources Department effective today, tomorrow. So, and that didn't take any additional staff, council member. It took us looking at what are the needs today, what are their staffing levels, and how do we align that? So, but in some cases, it will take more resources. So I just want to assure you that we are having those conversations. We're hard charging towards that, and it takes time.
Yeah.
So you're right. Good questions to ask.
And one of the things, if you remember, prior to Melanie coming in, she just upped it a little bit more, is that every time someone exits, each of those positions are reevaluated, if you remember that.
Yes.
And I think Melanie and staff is continuing to do that, but also say, you know, because we used to say, is that position still a valid position or not? Or is it reimagined to something different? So, yeah. Did you have your hand up? Yes. Kara?
So when we had gone through this, and this kind of dovetails with what you're saying, and I remarked that, you know, we can't do it for this year. But for next year, I would like council to have the discussion, because I think it's time to do a check-in with council of, anytime we do budgeting, we start out with the premise of, if we keep the same services at the same level, this is what we need. And I think that council needs to take a strategic look and say, let's not automatically say that. Let's take a look at all of the services that we do offer, at what level, and how many man-hours goes into that, and then look at what are the priorities to then take priority 1 on down and backwards, march it backwards, and look at what are the services that we want to provide and at what level, instead of starting from, this is what we do. And staff is doing a good job on their end, but they have to work with what we give them. And so I think it's time that, you know, we do a really deep reevaluation of that at a strategic level, so that what staff is doing, like it's just an accelerator. Like then it works really well together, instead of leaving it to them to try to do that, but within the tight parameters that we've put them in. So that's what I'm suggesting that council take up for next year, is a pretty significant deep dive into exactly what our services are, what level they are given, what that impact is on our community, and what, what goes into that for us to provide that for staffing, all of that kind of thing. And just look at how does that match up and what is the priority?
When you say deep dive, what are you talking about? How deep you want to get granular in this thing? You want to get to the root cause of things? I mean, where are we going with this?
I want to go pretty deep to look at not just what is the service and what is the impact, but what does staff and our assets, like what assets do we have to use to get that? Because that can also play into priorities, because you may look at something where a couple services, you're like, I really like both of those, but then you look at the impact, which is similar, but you look at what we have to do to provide it, which may be very dissimilar. And you may look at it, and then you take that next step of saying, what are we looking for in the next 10 to 20 years? Like, how do we prep for that? Like, do we need to shift priorities to be ready for that and to be prepared?
Okay.
So just getting more
You're not talking about getting
proactive.
granular where we're looking at each employee and say, okay, what are you doing? What could you not be doing, and that sort of thing, right?
No.
You're just talking about looking at services?
No, I'm looking at giving them, because then that's what they do.
Don't you think that might require more of the visioning process that we've done in the past, where we have a lot of our different ideas, a lot of different things, but we really need to have a visioning process with our community, so they tell us. I mean, you might think that mowing a lawn doesn't seem important to you, but we might find 90% of our community actually believes that is important.
That's why I'm suggesting it for next year, because it's going with
And that's part of
that.
the visioning thing that I think is
That's
part
the
of what we're gonna be
community
talking about.
that's the
Yeah,
community engagement.
man.
Yeah.
No.
That part I get, that
Yeah.
part I get.
No,
I
it's-
just didn't want to make sure we weren't trying to get into the operation and say.
Oh, God, no. Huh.
Okay.
No, thanks. I don't want to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melanie gets to do that. But no, and that's also why I'm looking at tying this into next year, because we are going to have a high degree of community
Yep.
engagement at that time as well. So if we're having the community being really engaged, we need to do our work too, and to be equally as engaged in that. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that all fits right into the.
Exactly.
the visioning,
It's a good
the-
timing, right?
All the
Yeah.
workforce, all the stuff we're doing right now, it fits into that.
Yeah.
Getting into community engagement, I believe, Kara, to build on what you're talking about, is about understanding what the priorities are. And then do we have the right complement of staffing within the organization to accomplish what it is that we need to accomplish? And from where I sit and understanding where we're at with our staff complement and the priorities that we have already identified, this is even before we do a community engagement, is that we need to right-size the operation with regard to our staffing levels. And what is it that we want to accomplish? So if we identify the priorities that we, the council, identified and put up there, and if these are the priorities, but then the community said, here's some things that we want. Because Partnerships for Tomorrow said safety was very important. Our youth was important. And the budget was built around those priorities. So not only the budget was built around those priorities, but staff complement to accomplish the work that needs to have the outcomes that we expect or the community expects to receive. So I think that is it's something we need to do. And the only way that we can do that after we go through this is to have staff tell us what they need to do. Greg, you have alluded to a couple of times where, you need to take a look at your staffing level. They're working very hard. They're doing a lot of things. Now, Dan, Kay asked about Amber. Well, Amber's work, if I continue to observe what she's doing, she's still engaged in volunteers. Is she or is she not?
She is, Madam Mayor.
So, and that was a big part of her, and also the work that she did with the seniors and our collaboration with the school district on is she still doing that?
She is. However, we reimagined some of the work with seniors as we moved Amber's
Yeah.
position. I feel like I'm picking on Amber right now, so sorry, Amber.
Amber's getting a lot of airtime.
Well, because you're the one who, but I understand.
As we moved her position out of recreation, Garrett and I worked together with Amber and the teams to make sure that some of that work was covered more on the rec programming side. So I actually think it's a good example, going back to Councilmember Keeley's point of, where does the work best belong? How can
Yeah.
we do it more efficiently? And what can give and take as we think about process and staffing improvement? Which, if you'll recall, it's one of the three things that organizational
Yeah.
services has prioritized back to your metrics for this year. So that's been one of the results of that.
Yeah, because when I observe what's been going on, I see a lot more programming, which means it takes people. It's not just technology. And as we reimagine a whole lot of things, we're going to also need to take a look at your complement. You come from a community at, back then, prior to the recession, we were at 55,000 people. We're at 62. My guess is that when we get the census, we'll probably be at 64. And and so what does all of that mean? And if we're going to do what the community expects of us, then we need to understand the priorities, the direction towards it, what are the tactical aspects, goals and objectives for each of those things that will allow us to meet the community's expectations. But that's something, I mean, thank you, Melanie, for the FTE schedule. And also,
Yeah,
you
that
know,
was very
understanding.
enlightening.
Yeah,
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz,
Yeah.
for asking for that. That was a great tool to
yeah. Well,
understand.
I had asked Melanie
FTE
because I
properly.
knew what we were at before, at 2009, before the recession. And then I also know, if you remember, we made a lot of cuts,
20 full-time equivalents.
25.
20. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Test
Yeah,
me on
we
it.
all
Go ahead.
do.
Well,
We were
but we
sitting there.
also had some retirement around there
There's-
that was all rolled into it.
That took out a lot of those. The 20 FTEs, I don't think we had to actually fire anybody or cut anybody loose. It was over a year and a half period of time, and the motion was in play to, not replace people retiring, et cetera,
There were some people laid off.
to get to that
Yeah.
zero
Yeah, we did.
levy
Yeah,
increase.
we did lay off.
Yeah, not very many, though. I remember Craig saying it was,
Yeah,
It
so
was- it
you
was a
look and
little
you see
less.
staff who have been here at that time, we did lay off people. And,
And that's part of the culture of the organization,
Yeah.
of recalling that.
yeah,
that was an extraordinary time, just like
Yeah.
what we just went through and still are stuck in.
Yeah.
But we didn't have ARPA and
Yeah.
CARES
Yeah.
back then.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day. That's
yeah.
a good analogy.
So I wanted to see,
Eventually you woke up,
yeah, I wanted to see where we were and looking at our demographics, looking at our population and looking at what we have programmatically and all of that too. So we need to do a lot of work.
I just want to ask,
Yeah, DK?
are you going to touch on the revenue sources? Do you have a slide for revenue sources?
I think I have a slide for
Oh.
what you're talking.
And the reason I'm asking is, I'll just be very specific about it. I'm curious, for years, through our non-growth years, the new money coming from the value of the pie getting bigger was about 4.4, 0.5, right? Every year it was
Yeah.
like 0.4,
We're
0.4,
lucky.
0.5. And when it went to 0.5, we're like, woo, it went up 25%. We're talking about a very small number in the grand scheme of things. But now there's the chart that Melanie shared with us now we have all of these properties beginning to hit the tax rolls that are increasing the new revenue by much bigger numbers. And so my question is, of the 9.7, how much of that 9.7 levy increase was, if any, offset by the new money that is coming on the tax rolls for 2022?
So we don't have a detail of that in this presentation. For 2022, that number isn't too substantial. Some of what we're seeing is, we're going to see
Yeah,
maybe
there's a delay.
there's a little bit of a delay.
Right.
It is, I think it's just last year we had we were up a little bit. I know it was down just slightly from last year, but we expect now we've got. I mean, we can see all the apartments and developments that are happening. We expect I think in the preliminary budget presentation we had a schedule of some of that new market value growth that we expect to see.
Do you remember, Melanie, what it was? And,
Yeah,
and I know it was, it starts out and then it really gets bigger as the years go on, which helps. And I know that's
Yeah.
part of your plan for those future levy. I believe you incorporated that number.
Yep, and part of it too is we look at that rate. So we, as things go, we will look at where we, where we see some of that growth.
Yeah,
and adjust
it's an important
accordingly.
piece of the story, and I'm singing Councilmember Gustafson's song because we knew when the building on all of these vacant properties would come on, it would bring in new money and lower the pressures on the levy. When you're looking at a 9.7, doesn't look like anything got any relief. And even in the future years, although those future years are quite a bit smaller. And so there is some really coming. And I forgot to ask when we met about this in our one-on-ones, how much of that forecasted 5-year did have any of that projected increase in property tax factored into those levy increase numbers?
They're not fully factored into this, but we also know we have you kind of know you're going to have some additional swings too, so we don't exactly know that timing, so we didn't want to count on that too much.
Do you use
but
a factor of it, or do you use?
There is some growth that is assumed, a small bit of growth. We certainly, in our other revenues, project that growth. We didn't make an estimate in that tax levy necessarily because we just don't know that timing.
I don't think it's really
Benji.
the levy, Dan. I think it's the
that
the expansion
It's-
of the tax base
yeah.
absorbs.
Yeah.
It's what we finally pay in tax. So you could have a
Yeah.
9% levy and maybe have a 2% increase because of the
Yeah.
absorption rate.
Yeah.
And that's really what it comes about, because the 9% is really just the money's needed to run the city.
Yeah.
And then if we
The
have more
base,
people
the
paying for
base.
it and it gets absorbed, and that
Yeah.
percentage that you actually pay in taxes on your home goes down, could be down much less than the 9%.
Well, yeah, and it's not a.
So it wouldn't reflect in the levy part, it would reflect
Yeah.
more in the
More.
actual tax paid.
Yeah, on the base.
Yeah, so it impacts the taxpayer. Our base growth, so there's less of it's less of an impact to those individual taxpayers.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily affect that percentage we need for the increase because that's based on the expenses, right? So we still need the same increase, but it doesn't impact those taxpayers as much because that new growth is taking up, it's just a bigger pie.
Yeah, it ultimately, the impact, it does reduce the levy percent because you're just factoring back into, right? It's the same dollar amount.
Tax rate, it's like that
divided into
tax
the
rate,
big pie,
if you
right?
have a
Right.
bigger tax capacity, your tax rate is gonna go down, so they're gonna feel,
Yep.
individuals or individual taxpayers will feel less of it.
It's in our previous, really year-over-year budget presentations, there's always that number, right? That number
Yeah.
is, okay, this is what you have in new money, which was a reduction to the pressure on the levy. So it would be broken out in that detail. So it might have been this, but it was only this because you have this much new money coming in.
Yeah.
Now we have this much new money coming in, so I'm looking for that correlation to the forecast in the levy.
Get that I can tell you, from a total perspective, here, thanks Greg for pulling this up. In terms of total market value, the new money was just 0.3% of our total market value increase for estimated pay 2022.
2022, okay,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
3/10.
Melanie?
So, so a couple things is, you're absolutely right, Councilmember, as we look at the out years, 23, 24, 25, that number is growing. That is very good. It reflects the development that we're seeing. A little bit of a glass half empty is the Burnsville Center
Yeah.
property continues
Keeps-
to lose value.
Yeah.
And we've lost significant value there over the last several years. So
Yeah.
we're gaining, but we're maybe not gaining as much as we would like because of those losses.
Yeah, we didn't, back 7, 8 years ago when we were only seeing 400,000, 500,000, or I'm sorry, 0.4, 0.5, I think, in new money coming in. We didn't have a hole in the boat that was leaking out some value, which we now have a pretty good size crack
I
in the
think the
hole.
leak is slowing.
The whole side
Yeah.
of the boat
Yeah.
is missing.
Yeah, because I think we've absorbed a lot of that, right? That depreciation and that value has sort of slowed down because it's already dropped quite a bit. Well, I'm interested because I have learned through this process and asking these questions is sometimes you will only use the numbers that you can guarantee and bank on. That you're not gonna build a budget levy on the if-come that those property values do in fact hit. It really is something that you have to guarantee that we can only use the revenue coming in that is in fact going to come in, period end. And you don't maybe know that until the tax records come from the county and all of those new properties hit the rolls, and then you see that, okay, it's there, right? When does that happen, by the way, in the year? I mean, is it by September, October, we have what that is?
So we get a preliminary projection early on, so I think it was about March this year that the county puts out their preliminary
Forecast,
market value
right.
forecast. And then it shifts during the year because there are people that, have their valuation, have.
Challenged, right?
Yep. So,
When do you get the final number then?
fall-ish, sometime, I want to, yeah.
Before max tax vote?
I think we usually get an update right before max tax, but we may not get a final till closer. Till closer to final. So I just usually keep checking.
Generally speaking, would it be a fair statement to say that we use their September forecast, which is just before their final, when we're putting our budget together? Is that the number that you latch onto and say, okay, at least I'm comfortable using this?
I used whatever we have, whatever is the most up to date. So I usually adjust to whatever's most up to date. So I started out with the March value. They did do a tiny shift in July, so I've incorporated those into
Right.
kind of those tax rate projections to kind of make sure we fine tune that. And then I'll check again. I just kind of periodically check to make sure we get the most final numbers in as soon as we can.
Well, I'll just come back to Councilmember Gustafson's comment that it just goes in the pie and it doesn't really have a direct effect. It actually does. So think about when we decertified TIF 2. And we had $1.2 million that we kept after obviously fulfilling the TIF agreement. Suddenly we had $1.2 million, just consider it new money, right? Because it came in, but we had to give it back. So now we got to keep it every year.
Yeah, but that was
It was
tax
almost like a
already
big
collected and giving
$1.2 million
back.
It was
It was
already.
already being collected, we
It
were
was
giving it
already-
back. Now
yeah.
now we're able to keep it, and that's a different.
Bingo.
That's a whole
Well,
different deal.
we put it into the general fund. It was
Hang
there.
on, just bear with me. It's 1.2 money, new money. It doesn't
Well,
matter that
it
we
wasn't new money,
collected
we
it,
got
but
to
we
keep
gave
it.
it back, right? It was new money for our budget,
Yep.
because we could never touch it. We never had it to spend. Then when that decertified, our budget got hit with a $1.2 million structural increase in revenue. And that impacted that year's levy by a lot. Now, we chose to throw all of it, I think, because we're in
Into
good shape on a levy
infrastructure.
anyway. We threw it into the
Infrastructure
infrastructure trust fund.
Trust fund, because we
Had
took
we
from
been in
that.
a 9.7 levy discussion, I can guarantee you that 1.2 million would have been used for, and it probably would have never gotten put in the infrastructure trust fund. We would have used that as a structural part of our budget to help reduce the levy. So there is a direct correlation to new money coming in and the impact it has on just that year's
When
levy.
TIF decertifies, you can look at it as new money, but it's actually not new money. It's money that we've always collected and it's gone back, and
Yeah.
we've always taxed for it. And so, yeah, it would affect our levy because now we get to keep it because we've been taxing for it all along.
Yeah.
And what I'm talking about with the tax expansion of our base is when we add new levies to it, that's where it really starts to
Yeah,
help out
expand.
because now we start to absorb the new stuff. Because that's the actual real new money. The other stuff's been taxed for 20 years.
Yeah.
We're giving it back to whoever
Yeah.
we're getting TIF incentives throughout that time, or
Which
we've
is
used for infrastructure
Which is
ourselves.
precisely what I said.
Yeah.
We collect it, but we can't use it, so it can't be part of our budget.
But it was always something we taxed. It's just something we got to keep.
Doesn't
now.
matter. It
Well,
wasn't
it
part of
actually
our
does.
budget.
It's a whole different story.
Doesn't matter. I'm
Okay.
not talking about where it came from. I'm talking about the fact that when it decertified, it becomes money that we now can keep as tax revenue.
And I agree.
And apply to our budget, and it impacted our levy in a positive way. That's the point. Not,
No, I agree.
Well,
When that
the
happens,
process.
that's exactly what happens.
When
Yes.
that happens, we put it back into the general fund, but because we have taken money out of the infrastructure trust fund and did not put money into it like we do every year with the levy, we said that when we decertify, we would make the trust
Yes.
fund whole.
that helped us not bond for it when,
Yeah.
during the deep recession.
Because we were-
shifted
yeah.
and bonded to,
Yeah,
right, to reduce
Okay.
the pressure on the levy.
yeah. Okay, Jenny, you want to
Need to go.
Sure.
continue?
Sure, yep. So kind of building on this as we, looked forward to what we could do and, you know, look at what resources we have available and how we could maybe mitigate some of the levy pressure and maybe, also look to kind of flatten or smooth out some of those, higher levies we knew we had either in 2022 or beyond. We looked at, actually American Rescue Fund plans. That program we're scheduled or awarded about $8 million, which we're going to get over the 2 years. And one of those allowable expenses is revenue recovery funding on government services. So that plan allows for that. So we took a look at, you know, what would that do if we took kind of a measured approach and used kind of different levels of that ARPA funding. And we've got kind of 3 projections here that I'll just walk through. The blue projection really is, you know, what if we used revenue recovery funds in the amount of $2 million for 1 year in 2022, and then kind of go back to business as usual, I guess. And so for the blue line, 4.6 is what that $2 million could bring that 9.7% down to 4.6%. It does push out a fairly significant increase to 2023 with some smaller increases in those last 3 years. Building on that, we thought if we took 3 years of $2 million each year over 3 years, you know, how could we impact some of our levy pressures if we used those funds over 3 years on government services? And it really did, you know, as you look at the green path, we have a lower 4.6 levy in 2022 that really is similar to that blue line. And then you can see it does mitigate some of those. It mitigates obviously that large hump in 2023 and really kind of levels that off a little bit with some fluctuation. The third path, the teal path that you see, we looked at what if, you know, how could we kind of flatten that and just not have variability necessarily in that 5-year plan. And so that teal path represents also using 3 years of revenue recovery funds, totaling $6 million. And that results, we could bring that down to 5.7%. In that, we looked at also, you know, what are some strategic one-time uses of fund balance to make sure that we're kind of using a measured approach with that and using fund balance for some one-time things. So we're not accumulating or adding to the fund balance, but really keeping that at 50%. As we've talked with had discussions with our financial advisor, that was a recommendation that they had, is really based on our history. Our fund balance has always been above 50%, really to target that, as to not kind of draw any, you know, red flags or anything, any attention to that, but really kind of keep that at a measured level. That is the upper level of our policy at this point. So that teal path takes that into account. Really still leaves some ARPA funding, a little over $2 million for some other projects or grant programs if council, you know, wishes to do that. That kind of broadly takes us through those 3 plans. Again, doesn't fully encompass all those new initiatives we saw on the front page. You know, some of those things are included. You know, there is some inflationary increases that we did work into this teal path to try to recognize ahead of time some of that stuff. Some of those, we have kind of a small start to some of the cable franchise fee fund items, you know, looking at obviously paying for elections out of fund balance. We looked at some of those items. So that's that in a nutshell. You know, in terms of tonight, you know, the purpose really is to review this projection and for council to provide some direction as we're looking towards the September 21st meeting on max tax, and you know, we're starting to draft our plans and resolutions. You know, we know the proposed max tax can go down. It can't go up once it's adopted in September. So certainly with that in mind, staff is going to be reviewing revenue projections and expenses and working any changes or shifts into our plans. We also have some other budget considerations, a couple items, a few items that we'll go through in one of the next slides too, so that for your thoughts and considerations. But we also want to get some direction on the path and whether council is comfortable with the 5.7% increase for 2022, at least in the proposed max tax. Certainly, as we look to final max tax, we're always working to get those numbers down. And we'll, be making adjustments with that goal in mind. This is just a kind of a quick review of those three paths. Really, the blue is the 2 million for 1 year. The green is 2 million for 3 years, and the teal really is that 2 million for 3 years again. One thing, and I think we've said this a number of times when I've come to you with American Rescue Plan updates, we also know that those guidelines continue to evolve and change. So we will definitely monitor that and make sure, everything we're proposing is allowable under those federal guidelines. And this is kind of my final detail slide. So shorten it up a little.
Kind of like a rating system on Consumer Reports. You get the
kind of
full
is.
moon, the half moon, the quarter moon.
Yeah.
Hope everybody likes a little chart. These were some things as we've, talked over the past weeks, with different council members, some things that we heard, and we just kind of wanted to summarize in a chart, just for additional feedback and consideration. And just trying to, kind of categorize, what impact that has on the levy and kind of what are the short-term and long-term impacts of these. One is really service level analysis. I think this speaks to what Councilmember Schultz was talking about, is really taking a look at service levels. This is more of a long-term lens, something we'd probably have to do in 2022 for 2023. And, it's really unknown what impact that would have on the levy, but really it would inform, our decisions and council's decisions going forward.
But it would have according to your chart, it would have little impact on
Short term, it would.
short term.
Yeah,
Why
just because we won't have time to implement anything for
Okay.
2022 as we look at that. And that's kind of how we were thinking about it. It really is more of a long-term look, looking to provide some stability and kind of cover operational pressures as we see them. And in terms of future adjustment, as priorities change, obviously there'll need to be some adjustments. Franchise fees, this item was just, is there a wish to, adopt or change how we're using those? Currently, those go to facilities upgrades and renovations. Really, that was a need that we had identified when we did implement those. It could have a short-term impact on the levy. It is, we can shift those if we wish to do something different.
I have a question, because I brought that idea up. I need to know what that facilities fund forecast looks like. I mean, in concept, I like the idea, but I don't know if there's how much help it could provide, right? I mean, if it's funded, but it's all being used, then it really can't be much of any help at all. But if it happens to have significant funding above its current needs, then it could actually play a role.
And I think that's where too, we, as we look at our preliminary numbers, we, a little time will help too, as we get kind of all our capital needs, and all those inflationary pressures in there, kind of finalize those numbers. I think that here is where the stability kind of some impact has, would it jeopardize some stability in the franchise fee fund? I think that's something we need to be aware of and make sure we're looking at that. It doesn't really cover necessarily operational pressures, but might have some short-term relief. Could have some short-term relief on the levy. And would require us to, make adjustments as we, if this was a short-term item.
So is that
Okay.
a chart or something we can see in the near term so we can understand better what the potential help is, so we can have that discussion? I don't want to waste time if it can't be.
Yeah, well, because we do know that the capital improvement on the franchise fees at City Hall is the next, right? Then we have the fire station 2, and then the Ames Center comes into it. That's number 3, and I think maintenance center is 4. So,
Shaking his head.
yeah. So we know what the projects are and how they're scheduled out. The thing is, you know, things continue to, the money continues to be increased for all of these projects.
One thing.
None of them are going down.
One thing too is, you know, our earlier investment in the police station and the new fire station 1, those are being paid for out of, from bonds, and so those debt service levies, or those, that portion is not, we're not levying debt service levies for those, the franchise fees are paying for those, that principal and interest. So we're still making those making those payments on those, but right now, as we are projecting that fund to be in, it's in a healthy position, I would say. So we can,
Because the franchise fees is paying for those bonds for Firehouse right now.
Yep, fire and police.
And police, fire and police, yes. Vince?
I'm just gonna say right now, that is my least favorite option on this chart. When these franchise fees were created, it was sold as facilities, not for operations.
That's right.
I really am uncomfortable considering moving any of that around. So I'm just gonna say that now, that I do not like that idea.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think I scared Melanie in her office today when I said no.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you, because when we start moving those things around, people are going to say, wait a minute, when you came to us with this is what you said it was going to be, and now
Starts to feel like a bait and switch.
Yeah.
in
Yeah, and I don't,
government.
and we have so much to do that we hadn't done, and this is how we're going to get that done. DG?
I have to agree with Councilmember Workman. When I first saw the franchise fee a few years ago, I was not for something like that. But as time went on and we had discussions more and more about it, and you really saw the impact it would have on just taking care of all of our facilities without having to levy all the time for it, it started to make a whole lot of sense. And to make that change, and also, as we keep growing in this community and we keep building what we're building right now, that franchise fee is gonna continue to just kind of continue to go up. You start adding 100, 200 units every time you build something around here, that's a lot of meters going in everywhere, and that pays. No, but it pays for what we have to get done.
Right, and we don't have to think about it.
You don't have
It's
to think about that.
self-sufficient.
That's the part that's off our levy. We don't have to think about, and we can focus on other things that have to be done, from community involvement to maybe more FTEs.
And we keep,
But, that sort of thing.
And we take care, we say
Yep.
we are stewards of the public's trust. These assets belong to the people, and they trust us to make sure that they're improved and maintained, and as we move forward.
Well,
So this
it's
is-
kind of nice, when you look at Apple Valley, which I know Dan likes to look at from time to time when their streets, because they don't assess for their streets, because they have this fees in place that actually pays for those streets, so they don't do the assessments. We're in the same position here in Burnsville with all the facilities that our citizens own. Because of the franchise fees, we don't have to worry about taxing for that. It just happens as we have to make it happen, and I think it's a good place to be for us.
Yeah, okay.
I think we could look at putting it all on the franchise fee and getting rid of that property tax. I'm just saying. We don't have to hand over 30% outside of our community then. I mean, I'm throwing it out there again.
You've talked about that before.
I know, but we like to take 30% more than we actually need of our residents' money and just give it to other people, because that's
We don't
the
like
kind
the
of people
way
No,
we
we
are.
don't like that, but that's the law we're living under.
But
But
we wouldn't have to, because 30% of zero is zero.
Well, but,
Quickly,
the
could they
legislature
legislate?
can take that away from us also, but the
They
property.
could,
tax-
but they would have to do it.
$400 a
Yeah.
month.
So anyway, let's,
council-
Dan K, and then let's, it's 8:47, let's keep moving here.
We
Dan
got
K.
till like 10, don't we, or 11:30, something like that?
Yeah, we've got Vince's item, and then we've got reports to give, and I never
we
know
still
where
doing
that's
reports?
gonna
I thought
go.
we canceled reports.
Yeah, DK.
There's a consensus on the date.
Dan,
Before we, I think we need to have a more thorough discussion of that concept because, number one, it was, first, the concept came from the fact that our franchise fees and our levy property taxes is what a taxpayer sees. This is how much I'm sending to City Hall. And we have artificially created this dividing line and said, franchise fees goes here, levy funds this, franchise fees funds that. And now we're in a circumstance that is very unusual. 9.7 is something I've never even seen anywhere near that, except last year when it was 7 point something or 8, but, right, it just got worse. You know, that's what it started at. And so as a interim fix in a rather unusual situation derived from the pandemic, I looked at it through the eyes of the taxpayer and say, wait, I'm writing a check for all of these franchise fees and I'm writing a check for all these property taxes and you're telling me you need more property tax, but you're telling me that you're overfunded in the franchise fee area because you didn't decide in your planning that you maybe didn't need quite this much money right now. Well, we made the decision to make that big jump once so we didn't have to keep coming back and increasing every year. So if we see a chart that says this side of our ledger, of our budget that we get from our taxpayers is overfunding facilities, and yet we're gonna go back to them and go, yeah, you've overpaid us here, but that's for the future. We need more over here. It's really frustrating to them. There's a lot of them that get it because they're looking at the franchise fees that they're paying, especially our commercial folks, and they saw that and they felt that jump. And now they're looking at this 9.7 in our discussions going, are you kidding me? I just gave you this huge increase in franchise fees. Now you want to lop the largest levy increase on top of that? What are you guys and gals doing with this money? Well, so I stepped back and went, it's a little hard to argue if we've created these two lanes of revenue and expenses, and this one's potentially, we don't have the chart, overfunded, and yet we're going to say, wow, we really need we need a lot more over here. We're holding a lot of their money over here. We decided it could only go against that. They didn't, we did. And we can make a decision that, for example, and this was the idea that, and it was Ms. Rhodey that actually threw it out there, but it was what was going through my head. A small piece of our levy increase is driven by the Infrastructure Trust Fund, which goes to our roads, which is an asset that is, it's not the same as a facility, but it's certainly not, you know, other types of things. It's not a service. It's an object, right? It's roads, just like our buildings at our parks and City Hall. And so I felt that modification for a limited period of time, if the fund could do it, could help take some pressure off the levy side. So we can say to people, thank you, you gave us too much money here, and we used some of it to help reduce the burden over here. Because we don't want to say, thanks for overpaying us right now, but we need more, right? We need this much more. Now, if this much was 3%, probably wouldn't be having this conversation. It's not. It's 9.7. We're still coming out of a pandemic, and so I'm thinking outside the box when it comes to how can we mitigate this over the next few years and get back on solid ground where we're dealing with 3 or 4% increases and not 9%.
So we're not.
Instead of facility, infrastructure.
Well, adding infrastructure to that revenue bucket to help take it off of our levy for a period of time just to get us out of this struggle. And it might be 3 years, it might be 5 years.
But what we're doing is not 9.7, we're doing 5.7.
We haven't made that decision.
No, but the staff is giving us a plan that takes us to a 5.7.
And let me add to that, because I know Councilmember Schultz has already been thinking about it. I'm a big supporter of police and fire. I believe that our first priority, you know, when we list the priorities, if we're going to budget by priority, what's going to be at the top of my list is funding police and fire, because safety is it, right? What did you say?
He said public works.
Public works, sorry. And then number 3 is public works, because people want water and they want
Drink, drive,
sewers and they want, right, and they want clean parks and streets and stuff. So, right, so when we say that the population is driving this need for more fire folks and EMS, it is a reality that we can't adjust. We can't go, well, what are you doing? Can you readjust what you're doing and absorb more of these EMS calls? It is what it is. It's about as black and white as it gets. And so I think we're going to have to make that move. If we forget the SAFER grant, we're going to have a small piece now, and in 2 years or 3 years, we're going to have a big piece. So is that in your budget forecast chart?
Not right now, no.
Exactly. So there's another number that we haven't even dealt with that probably, I mean, we haven't made this decision, but we did apply, right? So I think it's coming. I can say with, you know, in my mind, we have to just plan for it. So the 5.7 isn't really 5.7. It might be 6.5 or 4 or 3 or whatever, we don't know, because you got to lop on, for the first year anyway, right? For the 1 year when we take them on. So there's another blip in that chart coming that we haven't accounted for that's probably going to be fairly significant. And so I think we have to work our way down below 5.7, and this is why I thought 5.7 is not low enough for me anyway. I said to staff I wouldn't support it. And so I'm looking for other ways, and I'm looking at revenue that we've already collected. We're collecting the franchise fees, and it's not being utilized. So we've told taxpayers, thanks for we're just going to set that aside for these long-term things. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we're going to have to take a lot more over here too. I can't sign off on that. I can't support that concept. And so I appreciate your perspective, Councilmember Workman, absolutely, positively. Wasn't my first thought, but I'm starting to, trying to really get outside of our normal process and thinking and where we can mitigate things and find a solution that can give us some help on that levy side, because 5.7 is just out of the question for me.
Yeah.
Right, where it stands right now.
Well, I'm going to go to Kara, but we need some information on the franchise fees.
Yep, we can provide additional
You know, because the thing is, we're talking and we don't have that information. Do we have more than we need to pay for all of the bond payments that we have to make for
And we
police
look at
and
that,
for
you know.
fire? And then when do we start the process for City Hall?
Yeah,
You know.
and we show a 5-year plan, but we really, kind of have a, 15-year in our spreadsheet. Now, once you get out from 5 years, right, it's hard to predict where prices go and things happen, but we really do try to take that long-term look so that we don't want to have any surprises, right, year 6 of the plan, so.
I just don't want to rob one area and we don't have good information to make that. I'm gonna go
And we still
to
have to get
Kara
the
and
AIM
then I'm gonna
centers
go to Vince.
So if we funded all of our roads, everything we spend on that from franchise fee, what would that do to the franchise fee? And what would that do to the levy?
Yeah.
We'd have to levy for our
Yeah. Well,
enterprise.
right now, we levy what, 50,000 for the infrastructure trust fund?
And it's an increase, I believe it's a 3% increase, so it's not
That's from
necessarily.
the last time, yeah.
Yep, so we looked at 3% each
Yeah.
year.
I think we need to take a look at that, because most of your projects go anywhere between $7 to $10 million.
Annually,
And, yeah,
for different, yeah,
Yeah.
it fluctuates quite a bit, but
It
yes.
kind of depends on the
The
year.
reason I ask
Yeah.
this is if we have to levy X amount and we spend that on roads, but we know 30% of that we don't get to spend on our roads. But if we funded that through franchise fees, that's 100% of that is now funding that line item. So what does that do? Because theoretically, that brings the overall total amount that we need to collect down by 30% and yet still have the same net. So I'm interested in, if we funded all of our roads into that franchise fee, what would that franchise fee need to be? And what would that do to our levy?
You talking about raising the franchise fee?
oh, God, no.
Because
using
if we did, no.
There's an offset in the levy.
There's an
that's bigger
offset
than
in the
dollar amount of
levy,
the franchise fee. We know
Because
that.
we would need to collect 30% less.
Yeah, we did the math, and I got.
would need to
from-
collect 30%
I got
less.
from staff an example. This is what drove the franchise fee discussion in the beginning.
doesn't equate. How does that equate? I don't
For
get it.
every
Yeah.
dollar you collect from the franchise fee, it's $1.40 on an average home in a levy offset. because everybody pays the franchise and only paying property tax owners pay the levy. And that difference was, because I said to staff, what would it be? I didn't know. And it was pretty glaringly obvious that there was and it really gets to that, what Councilmember Schultz just said. It's the 100% pay and the fact that we're not sharing some of it.
But if he needs
We're not
10
sharing it
million,
out.
he needs 10 million.
Yeah.
Where's that 30% come in?
So say he need, we'll do an easy number. Say he needs $100.
I like easy numbers.
Easy numbers. Say he needs $100 to do a piece of road because it's, like 1803. If we did it through property tax, right, we would need to collect $130 in property tax. But if we collected it through franchise fee, we would need to collect $100 to give him $100.
And the church would have to pay their dollar
Every
instead of, right.
Yeah.
Because when we collect property tax, we have to give a percentage of property tax, not overall revenue that we collect.
But when we assess.
Property tax.
But when we assess, we don't collect 30% over on the assessment. We
Yeah.
collect what we're assessing.
Yeah, that's true.
But we have to give that, we have to build that in because we know there is a percentage of the property tax that we bring in that we do not get to spend.
You know,
You add
we have to give
30%
it
to our
off.
assessments then, when we're assessing?
there's a lot
that
more
fiscal
information
disparities?
we need
Yeah.
before we make any
Yeah.
decisions. on-
Fiscal
yeah.
disparities doesn't come into an assessment, just
No.
Yeah,
property tax.
I'm gonna go
It's
to
property
Vince.
tax.
I'm gonna go to Vince and then Melanie.
I just wanted to talk about the AIM Center support button because that could change how this conversation is going, based on my conversation with Melanie earlier today. So I wanted to continue this, but I think the AIM Center support option is a very good option that would play into the franchise fee. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah. Okay, Melanie?
Schedule your one-on-one sooner.
Yeah, because I did not see this consideration when I had my
I
one-on-one.
apologize. I'm
And I haven't
privy
seen
to
any
this.
of this.
So
I
I
had
have,
my
I have not
one-on-one.
seen any of this, so I don't know, I don't have enough information
I'm
to,
sorry, I
to
thought
go
we'd all
down
seen
what
this.
road.
So
Yeah,
Madam
Melanie.
Mayor and Council, okay, so this came out as a result of
Me too.
the feedback that we were getting as part of the one-on-ones with the council as well as staff's analysis. So this is kind of hot off the presses, all right? So I will say that, not intending to surprise anybody, but this is about the depth of analysis that we've done, which is to say, not a whole lot, okay? So if the council's interested in more information about franchise fees, for example, we would need to go back, we'd want to get that council direction that this is really an area that you're gonna want to be looking into differently, so we can get some more information and follow up with you. We don't have any of that yet. These are concepts, these are ideas.
Yeah.
So I will segue into, back over to Jenny, so she can maybe go from a higher level, go through items 3, 4, and 5. High level, get some council feedback, and then we can have some direction about where you'd like us to go on this. Because it's part of the
Yeah.
overall picture, so.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to surprise anybody, again, it was kind of hot
Yeah,
off the
because it's
presses
like,
today, so.
right now, I don't have enough information on the
Yep.
franchise fees, I don't have,
You
know,
need a slide that says, hot off the press, fresh.
yeah.
That's what I should have named it probably.
Yeah.
Dan doesn't know this yet.
So, nope, so it was important to us that we made sure to come back to the council as a whole with all the considerations that were brought up, just to get feedback, to get everybody's consensus and feedback. So this next item was something, was something we talked about, in terms of host fees. A few years ago, when we knew host fees or thought host fees were ending. The 2021 budget is the last budget year that includes an estimate for host fees. So, really, we expect we are probably going to continue to receive them. I mean, I guess it depends on how everything works out. That could have an impact on the levy in terms of lowering that as well. And it depends on where we decided to use those host fees.
Could you at least tell us, based on current
What we're
year
getting.
projections of the last year, that we'd be collecting them if nothing changes? What would we potentially
About
collect in 2022?
600,000 to 700,000.
Okay.
Yep.
that's Very close to
That's
the
kind,
eight.
we're through the first half of the year, we're on pace to receive
Was
about
it at its peak,
700,000.
1.3?
Oh, that sounds.
I think it
No.
was a little closer to 1 million, maybe.
Yeah.
I thought there was
Well,
two
actually,
components of
between the
that.
two different
Yeah,
house
there's
fees.
two
They were in
different
two
ones.
different spots.
Yeah, it was 1.3 total between the two.
Yeah, because we
Eight
had-
for one and a half for the other, I
We
believe,
had
at
the,
one point.
the one fee in a different fund, and then
Yeah.
the Ames Center Fund always received that smaller fee. So
Never
between the
forget
two.
revenue.
Going away.
I always forget we separated those, so. Yep, so that is something that we could also work into a projection if we feel comfortable doing that. There's a little, in terms of, what that revenue amount is gonna be and for how long. I mean, we don't really know that yet, but it is an option.
Can you
Dan-
just clarify
Dante?
what 1% equals in dollars?
1% of a levy, about 390,000.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're
300
pushing 400. It keeps going
Yeah.
up. I remember
Yeah.
it was worth $250,000 or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 220 something.
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
like,
now it's, yeah, now
Easy
it's,
points
Easy
gets $1
math back
million.
in those days.
How much was
yeah. It's 334,
Gas was $1.25.
About.
390. Yeah, 390.
It was,
So,
it was a little past 1805, or whatever you said.
okay,
Sorry, thank you.
let's move it along.
So, and I just want, I guess,
Yeah.
I want to just clarify this, and if that comes in at 700,000, that means not quite 2 points. 1.6 or 7 or
Yeah,
something like
just
that.
under.
In theory, if it does come in, are we talking 2022 you're talking about?
Yep, so it currently is not programmed into 2022.
Okay, so we're talking 9.7 would drop to about 8, if that was factored into
If
the
we,
numbers.
if we went back to that 9.7.
Yep.
If we were, kind of.
Just as that's a one-time, right? So we wouldn't wrap it into the operational budget. It doesn't address the operational.
Right.
What
it's-
happens next, in
Well, it comes in
23?
it would come in every year. I mean, if they re-up the contract and we start getting 700 a year, it's gonna come in every single year. So for the first year that we recognize that,
You
right?
get that dip.
Because you took it out, now you're putting it back in and it takes us from 9.7 to about 8. And it doesn't really have, well, does it have any impact on the trailing year? The second and third year?
Not
The levy?
not in terms of downward
Yeah, it's-
percentage, because you're,
Yeah, it's already
You're
absorbed into
maintaining,
that
yep.
base.
Yep.
That'd be, well,
It's also guarded, similar to franchise fees, correct? We're not
As
paying
far as
fiscal
usage?
disparities from host fees.
yeah, oh, gotcha.
correct.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all ours, right? We don't
Yeah.
share it with anybody.
Okay,
Well, Dakota County gets a cut.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay,
Well, they get
Jenny.
the whole pie, we get a
They
slice.
get a lot more than we do.
Yeah,
So the next option, and I think we've kind of chatted about this before, Ames Center support in terms of what's coming from the general fund. Right now, the general fund is scheduled to pay, to make a transfer to the Ames Center Fund in the amount of $291,000. That's really programmed out annually, so that's year after year. Much of that goes towards capital funding
Yeah.
in the Ames Center Fund. As they're, taking out COVID, their operations was really paying, the revenue was really paying for the operations, but really in terms of capital funding, this was largely going towards that.
yeah.
That
What
was
we-
coming out of facilities, correct?
It isn't.
No.
It is a facility.
General fund.
And
Yeah.
that's what we're proposing.
With the increased franchise fee, council member, the proposal was we weave some of the facilities that weren't originally envisioned into the
Right.
franchise fee into it.
Yes,
Ames Center is one of them.
that's what I thought. I thought that was a done deal.
It's included in the policy, but had not been operationalized in the
Oh,
activity, so.
well, that's a
So-
nice bonus surprise.
Yeah, so we shifted over.
Thank you.
So we
That's two
shifted,
good ones in a row. You're on a roll now.
so we shifted over.
Yep, so
Now I know
that-
why you're smiling over there, Councilmember. Let's get to the next thing because there's good news.
Yep.
Yeah.
And,
It gets better than where we've been.
As we're
Yeah.
looking at, a
So the
facility
Ames
that's.
Center, the capital will go into the franchise fees where it should be.
It's less than a point. It's about 0.7 of a point, roughly.
I would say that it really
Now we're down to
treats the Ames
7.3.
Center
It's
similar
getting better.
to our other enterprise
Yeah.
funds. And it really cleans
Yeah,
it
it
up in
is.
a.
It does.
Exactly. But
It does clean
We've
it
had a
up.
complicated funding mechanism for the Ames Center. This really helps increase transparency and,
Yeah.
and
Well, and it
Ease
is
of
where it's supposed to go under
Yes.
facilities, rather than the general fund.
yes.
Yeah,
The reason I wanted to call attention to that is because if we are all in agreement with that, then that changes what comes back to us about our previous conversation about franchise fees,
yeah.
right? Because then that money changes if we opted not to do that.
Yeah, well, the Ames Center support, which is a capital item, that's our responsibility.
no-brainer.
That should be on the franchise fee.
So we put names in the franchise fees and that frees it up, okay?
Yeah,
Then we're not moving out of
Yeah.
the.
Moves it out of general.
Yeah.
Then it's not coming out of general
Yeah.
fund. If we
General fund.
don't do that, then it stays in general
Yeah.
fund and we have an $800,000
Yeah.
problem.
And then to Kara's point, we're over.
okay,
Okay,
next one, Jenny.
that makes sense.
It's just a no-brainer.
And this was just additional idea if we wanted to
Sometimes it
go
takes stuff like this,
to a temporary, this would be probably a temporary fix, a year or two, where do we want to bond for any street projects to reduce levy impacts? And that would be, a short-term impact. It would have some, long-term tails, and that we'd have to, kind of work towards that pay-go. I know, and it does bring with it additional costs in terms of debt service. If you're gonna bond for
Yeah.
street projects, certainly you have interest on that. As low as it is now, you still do have some additional interest or,
Pretty close to free, right? It's
and,
incredibly low.
issuance costs. But,
Yeah, I just need more information on that, because the Infrastructure Trust Fund has been something that has worked well on the long term, and all of your projects go from $7 to $10 million a year,
It's a good
So
thing.
I need more information on all of that.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question related to that earlier idea? Now that we can.
What earlier idea?
What idea was that?
We went past go, we collected a lot, a couple of points worth of cash, and now we're coming back to that idea. What is in the 2022 forecasted or draft budget, what piece of the levy was the ITF contribution?
so what piece of the increase or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
I
what
think-
was the increase in?
I think the increase was small at 0.3% of the total levy. I think
Okay.
it's, I'm gonna throw out a number here. I know it's not gonna be exactly right, but I think the increase piece was 100,000, as we looked at, I think the levy is a little over 3 million, so if you look at 3% of that, it gives you.
And so is that smaller than we typically funded it each year over year?
I
Was that
think
about
in
what
the
it's-
past, it was 50,000,
Mhm.
and we were
So we
aiming
boosted
at,
up
I think
with-
we were aiming at an inflationary increase, but,
Okay.
we just went to a 3% to
Yeah.
capture that inflationary increase.
What
because
we
the
started at
50,000.
50,000.
total for ITF?
I think it's 3.3-ish.
3.3 million,
I'm gonna,
somewhere in that area?
Yeah,
Okay, well,
We moved it from a flat amount to an indexed amount.
That's
a couple
right.
years ago,
Because-
just to kind of keep up.
Yeah.
Felt
And
it was
I-
easier.
yeah,
I guess
because we
it's
were
smaller
always
than I
at like
remember it
50,
being.
we always keep adding 50,000, and then we switch it on to a percent amount, because that was a better way for us to
Yeah,
and
to
we
fund
also,
it.
there's the number you're looking for.
we did have a we did have a reduction too in our state aid amounts, with COVID. It wasn't quite the 15% that they predicted, but it is down a little bit. We're kind of projecting about an even pace with last year. It wasn't down as much as we anticipated, but
Yeah.
I think it was,
Where did it go?
Yeah. Ryan,
think
I
it was
forget
like
how much
10%.
your
Where's that gonna go?
construction work is, your street work is for this year.
It's in that $7 million range.
7 million,
Where
because
the
that's what I,
state's spending all
It's
the
made
money
up of
they get.
Infrastructure Trust Fund,
yeah,
Minnesota State Aid for Streets Fund, our gas tax, and special assessments.
yeah.
And Jenny's right, it's about $100,000 increase, 3% now. Is what that is equivalent to. The ITF is in the 3.2, 3.3
Yeah, plus gets the.
million dollar range.
Yeah, okay.
So about
Okay, as we
3
continue
million
to
is what
move
we
forward,
actually
there's
spend
just
on roads.
a whole lot of,
No,
What
that's
we
what,
spend.
from taxes.
information that's needed. Melanie?
And the rest
Well,
is already in the
that's-
ITF that's generating.
Madam Mayor and Council, I think we're hearing some general
Assessments.
feedback, where you'd like some more additional information. We're happy to do that. We didn't want to, again, dig deep until we found out really if any of these resonated or didn't resonate with the council.
Well, it makes sense that we're moving the Ames support
Yes.
to the facilities, because that's where it should be.
That's where it belongs.
That's where it should be. The other stuff, that host fee, that's not a whole lot of revenue that comes to us. It's just a little bit. The county gets a lot more, and so I don't know what we're gonna do with it, so. stays where it
We gotta
is.
get through the MPCA before we can count anything there too, right?
Yeah, but we don't even, yeah.
It's just
that's not
found
a-
money if
yeah.
they do.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
there's a little unknown that goes
It's,
with
yeah,
that, right?
we don't,
And
we don't
uncertainty.
know. Well, actually, we don't know what it's gonna be in the future, whether, yeah. Right now, that's what we're getting right now, but that's,
I don't wanna sidetrack, but if they get their CLN, is that open up renegotiations or would we just stay the course? It does. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We, and that helps us to renegotiate. Well,
And that they've suggested that.
Yeah.
Even Kramer, $6 million.
yeah, and it helps us to renegotiate our agreement with them and what the fee is.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a good thing for us, but, okay. What else, Jenny?
Well, so that kind of rounds out my detail slides.
Okay,
Just a couple policy questions and considerations. Really, do you have the information you need? It sounds like, we may need some more
yeah, we
information.
need information. before-
So certainly willing to do that. And, kind of what's the council in terms of, where are you at in terms of support in setting the preliminary tax levy? Should we project for that 5.7% increase over the 2021 levy, knowing, the final levy in December can go down? It's not going to be able to go up, but it can go down. So I guess I'll stop there.
For the max tax,
I'm good with the 5.7, knowing that we're growing our tax base, and so I think the bottom line at the end of the day is gonna be much less than that as far as what the actual tax is gonna be for people, so.
okay. Then,
I feel like we have some irons in the fire that we need to get worked out based on that last slide. I have said in the past that 5.7 does not offend me, but I do want to see how our conversations about the last dot slide kind of play out. So I'm not really giving a straightforward answer right now.
okay,
That's not
Melanie?
helpful.
Well, Councilmember, what I can say is, I can respect that position and perhaps, remember, the preliminary levy is that, it can go
Right.
down.
That's
So
right.
I guess
That's
the
right.
question we're looking for is,
The
are you
max
comfortable with
tax.
that preliminary levy being where it is, knowing that we've got some work to do? And the
Right.
council's providing some further direction. So I don't want to pigeonhole you into.
No, of course, I know. I'm getting
That's what
better
it
at
ends up
these
being.
budgets.
Okay. Did you have another thought?
It's got a lot going on up there right now.
Okay, Greg?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just a reminder that we do have to set max tax on September 21st, so.
Yeah, so
by
we have one
statute,
more
that's when
work
you're-
session before the 21st. Yeah,
And
that's-
given the circumstances, I'd be open to scheduling another one between now and then. I don't think I think we're throwing too much at staff in the later hours to expect to get work through this, to at least get some consensus on what we believe it needs to be or can agree on it being. To just say, well, we got one more budget work session, that's what, a week before the decision's being made, right? Or the vote we have to take. So, I mean, if we need to work another one in there strictly for this budget discussion, I'm certainly open to that. I think it's serious enough that we could use the time.
Okay,
I agree
here.
with that. And what I did not know my first year, but then I found in subsequent years, is this night is actually the important night on what the final levy ends up being, because each time it's just the ceiling. We can always go down. But no, that's really what it is. Like, I have learned that that's what that is. It will come as no surprise to anyone for me to say that I'm not comfortable with 5.7 as the max tax. I am interested in the additional information on if we look at funding infrastructure through the franchise fee, what does that do to the franchise fee? And what does that do to our levy projections because although we say the increase isn't very much on our residents, and we look at it as a moment in time, just like we look at projections going from now for the next 5 years, if we looked at what people would have to pay for an increase and what they had to pay for the increase for those 5 past years and added those up, that is a sizable amount. That is no longer a cup of coffee. We're way out of that realm. And I don't think we can just keep doing that, just have that expectation. So I am interested in that additional information. I think that could get interesting for multiple reasons. That could entice me. I'm just saying.
You might vote for a budget this year?
Entice me.
You don't have to answer that.
That would
but-
be a first.
Entice me. There are strategic shifts that I am willing to do.
I walked in here tonight kind of adamant against that, but the more we've discussed it, I'm curious.
Adamant against what?
Renegotiating how the franchise fees are used. Because in my head, it was sold as being used for X.
Yep.
But we've gotten off of using that for general operations and maybe just focusing more of relevant infrastructure things that could relate well to enterprise that makes some sense. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Schultz that I would be curious to see what that could look like, but we don't even know what that fund looks like at the moment.
Yeah, we need more information.
Exactly. And I agree. If we need to have another work session, I mean, this is one of the most important things we do, then yes, we need to have another work session. So I am game for that.
Could I ask a question of finance, please? What would it take in additional franchise fees funds to actually pay for our streets? Offhand, just rough figure.
That's a big.
Pretty good.
We know what we're collecting a year right now, right?
Yeah.
So if we're gonna add another 2, 3, 4 million to it, what does that take to get there? We know as we're at now,
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
up to $15 or $20, what?
so, yeah, a dollar, I think, was,
We'll have to
It's a
look.
ballpark.
yeah,
I'm just kinda curious.
I think initially started out
I
as
just
a
don't wanna
dollar.
suddenly tell the retirees that they're gonna paying an extra $30 or $40 a month per meter to pay for
You're
the
not thinking
roads.
of increasing the franchise fees
Yeah.
again, are you?
No, I'm not, but if you're gonna pay for roads with franchise fees, you're gonna have to raise them.
Well,
Yeah.
Cause we
Then
don't, there's not
property
enough money in
tax
there
would
to
be
do it.
lower.
And I like
And
the
that's what I'm
concept
looking
of
at.
guarding it and keeping what's charged here,
Here.
rather than sending it off
Exactly.
to the state.
Property tax was lower except for the seniors that can't afford to pay out an extra $100 a month in fees to build roads.
Well, and we got a lot to work through, but.
Well, and one thing when it comes to property tax, there are safeguards in place based on income and other things
Yeah.
that aren't in place for a franchise fee. So there are
Right.
complications, as complicated as our property tax system is, there are some guardrails in place to help kind of navigate
That's why we
that.
need like thought out information.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, we wanna take some time to take a look and see
Exactly.
what this all shakes out to be and what is really even feasible. I know when we will
Yeah.
get some more
Thank you.
information.
I
Well,
do appreciate that.
first, I want to thank staff for the good work that you've done and looking at a strategy that would stabilize our levy throughout the next 5 years. So I want to thank you for that. And then with the discussion tonight and what you presented with some of those things, I just need more information as we move forward and to see what the impacts are. What are those impacts? I want to see what the impact is on the franchise fee. If we move roads into that, then what happens to the infrastructure trust fund? Because when I look at your thing, that'll have a long-term impact. I don't want that to happen when we're continuously looking at maintaining our roads and reconstructing them. So
And we'd keep that in mind. We want stabilize, we want to make sure our capital funding is stabilized long-term.
I mean, all along, so for me, it's really understanding and looking at the impacts of those on a long-term basis.
Yep.
You know, we can't just look at the stuff only in one term, just for today. We need to look at it long-term. And if you're gonna shift it, is this a shift for the next 2 or 3 years from the infrastructure trust fund to the franchise fees? What does that mean? Are we going to have to backfill the infrastructure trust fund? I don't know. You know, what's going to be the gap there? Because we did that during the recession, and that's why we had to put the decertification amount out of TIF 2 into the infrastructure trust fund to make it whole.
Those are the questions we need answered.
So,
Really quick, when does our debt at Ames Center expire?
I don't know. I think Jenny
thought
is,
that was
we,
coming up
this is, wait a minute, we're what? The Ames Center is 12 years old? 13?
Yep, I believe it's December 2026 is our final payment.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the total dollar value of what we still owe?
I think
Dave
it's close to
Ramsey.
10 million. So a lot of the principal is due in these last 5 years. That's how it was
Yeah.
originally structured. So,
Usually how it works.
so that's too also driving some of that debt service levy increase is really driven by that Ames Center, that increase in that principal and interest due on the Ames Center.
And that's why, you know, that franchise fee could be some of that, because we're paying the debt for police and the fire station, and that's a facilities fee.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if we have other
So you
funding
can take a
sources,
look
you
at
can
that
reduce
also,
your debt service levy as
you
well.
know.
So that's an option.
So you take it off of the general fund and put it into what it is now. So, anyway.
Yeah.
So, thank you. If you're looking at another meeting, you all have to take a look at that, because all of us have
Yes.
travel schedules for the next 4 weeks.
We'll go back, we'll debrief as a team and
Yeah.
start working on what the council's asked for, and then, look
Yeah.
at calendars and see what we can do.
We have a friend called Zoom.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can't do
I-
that
Can't do Zoom meetings
Yeah,
anymore.
you can't do that anymore. And the other is that, depending on where, I'm taking care of
It
my
is still our
granddaughter.
That could change.
No, it won't change.
You don't think so?
You know,
Well, I'm just-
and at
Bring it
night,
back.
she's gonna be my priority.
legislature
Sure,
would do
but
Yeah.
there's, like, are you leaving for like a month? Because there's a lot of weeks between now and.
Well,
She has
I
nothing
leave
else to
next
do.
week to go take care of her. Then I come back, then I go on vacation.
Oh.
Then I come back, and then I go to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and you all are going to, NLC.
Not till November.
Not till November, okay. Yeah. And then
I'll
I'm,
have to check my
Again,
schedule, Dan, I'm
this
pretty busy these days.
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
okay.
Madam
thank
Mayor,
you.
Did
Yeah.
you want my opinion on the chart, by the way?
On the what, which chart?
You passed over me on the, getting the consensus.
Well, you already told us that you didn't want 5.7.
I wanted to say it again when everyone else was taking their turn.
But you already gave your turn, you already, you
No,
spoke before
you
Kara.
led with that, Dan.
I mean, I went from
But that's
Greg
not the
to
only
you.
comment that I had. I had other comments. That was earlier in the meeting before I got to.
No, you
work
went
with-
after Greg, and then I went to Kara, unless.
No, I didn't say anything about that. I was commenting about something else.
Okay,
I did speak on something, but it wasn't budget related.
yeah, because you said you wouldn't support 5.7.
Yeah, that was like an hour and a half ago or whatever it was.
No, you already,
2 hours ago.
you also said
changed
it
your mind
again, you also said it when.
So, but it's not just that. It's not a yes or a no right now. I just wanted to comment on, I believe it's better budgeting to have something that's a little more predictable for our residents and business owners. And so I like
Yeah.
trying to flat line.
Yeah.
I don't like where the line's at right now, but I've learned that you had some trump cards in your little deck of budget cards. The host fees, the AIM Center, and so the 9.7 was really, truly a worst-case scenario, which is common in this budget process for staff to bring us worst-case scenario. Everything that you know, right? Everything you know, it's 9.7 right now, right? Now, there's things that we know that aren't maybe put to bed yet, like the host. That's not necessarily in concrete. The Ames, it pretty much is a done decision, so we'll get that help. We're going to talk about maybe shifting 3/10. I thought it was bigger than that, but I'll take the 3/10 in the Infrastructure Trust Fund. And as Councilmember Schultz had pointed, maybe we can move more of it. We need to know more to be able to make that kind of informed decision. And so we're making some headway, but I will not vote for 5.7 being the max tax. So I think the work we have to do between now and September 21st has got to get that down to where we know more, we factor in more, we have some dialogue and vet these other ideas and figure out where we can land. And hopefully Councilmember Workman will buy into the franchise fee policy change by then. Thank you.
Hanging out in the middle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's
Yeah.
the full answer that I wanted to give when it was my turn, but when you passed me over, I was like, okay.
Well,
let's get
because
back later.
after Greg spoke, you spoke, so I thought that was your
no,
comments
that
about
wasn't-
it. And then Kara spoke, and then my turn.
So the flat kind of projection at 5.7 right now includes revenue recovery funds. I didn't specifically ask about that, but as we
Includes
move-
the
Oh,
what
ARPA.
fund?
Yeah.
ARPA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it includes the revenue recovery funds from ARPA
Yeah,
funding. And
yeah,
just-
the
Just
ARPA.
thought I
Yeah,
should probably
sure.
just make sure
Yes.
that
Yeah,
that's what we
no,
want to include.
That's using
We knew
$6
that
million
you were gonna put-
of the 8 million
Yes.
over
Yeah.
3 years or, right.
Yeah.
Three.
And so the fourth and fifth year of your chart
Yep.
actually don't require any buy down. They're at 5.7 because of all the other factors
Yeah.
to level it out.
It
right?
helped to smooth
Yeah.
out our increases.
Yeah.
For
really.
today.
Yep.
For
Yeah,
today.
right.
For today, based on what you have in the house
Yep.
and not what's in the
Around
garden.
the house.
Yeah.
Garden's not included.
We're getting a house, but we're not getting a garden.
So
and like I said,
actually,
we're gonna
thank you, because I think once you come back with some of the other information, we can take a look. But you're flattening that, because that helps us a great deal. That helps us with the rating agencies. They see that we're thoughtful about what we're doing with regard to our budgeting system. That allows us to also then, down the road, take a look at two-year budgets. But what people also need to understand, even when we go to two-year budgets, we still have to look at the max tax. So we still have to,
Yeah, you'll
but
still
we're
need to
not
set it.
doing a deep dive each time because we have a flattened budgeting system.
If the state can do 2-year, we should be able to do 2-year. right?
Yeah,
I like a 2-year.
but that allows us to get, but we still have to
Yeah, still have to vote on max.
do the max
Yeah.
tax.
And that first year is a bit of a,
Yeah.
And we're still allowed to
Chunk.
visit things if we have to.
Well, the thing is, we're always in budgets every month. Jenny, we always have to have claims listing. And if you're going to amend it, it still has to come before us.
Yep.
If Ryan keeps spending more money on roads, it has to come before us.
Not gonna happen. No more
Spend it very
roads.
wisely.
No more
There's no more
roads.
money for roads.
Workman named you the #1 priority, Public Works.
yes.
Thank you very much. We'll take it.
Yeah,
Tell Garrett I named
Ryan
Parks.
helps me a lot.
yeah. Okay, all right. Are you okay?
Yep.
Staff is-
I'm okay.
Okay, then
Thank you.
we go to the next, so, Councilmember Workman. We're in, roundtable, and you want us to, take a look at an item,
Yes,
our policy on,
memorials. So I don't know if everybody knows, but right now, if somebody wants a memorial, they have to go through the foundation, and it's trees, benches, bricks.
And just have some cash
And
donation or
donations.
memorial donation, I guess.
I had a friend of mine pass away in April from high school from type 1 diabetes, who was very involved in our Burnsville baseball programs through, since as long as I knew him, going back to Metcalf. And I am trying to figure out a way to kind of honor his life with a plaque at Alamagnet, but our policy kind of limits what we can do, where we can do it. We just bumped into this with the Tom Osiki statue. So after talking with staff and Melanie, I think there's a good option here, and I'm going to lean on some of you for the history on why it is restrictive, and I think I know why, but what I'm proposing is if we could find a way to work with other athletic associations in Burnsville who would maybe field some of those requests initially and then work with our staff, that would allow some of these things to happen at our sports complexes. And I think the thought there is, there's at least some vetting by whichever board it is, if it's the Legion or Burnsville Baseball or BAC. It's hard to say worthy because it's somebody's life, but they're going to have some understanding of who this person was and what their involvement was. What I think when I talked to Melanie about this, was how much, if this is something we wanted to consider, how much did we want to give staff to just administratively make those decisions? Because right now, if anything outside of those things I mentioned earlier comes through, we have to discuss them with a variance, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm asking if we'd be willing to open up to a little bit more than what we have, while being sensitive to why this policy was probably created, so our parks and public spaces aren't littered, probably isn't the right word, but so we're not overwhelmed with memorials at every corner of our parks, which I assume is why we have the policy we have now.
Well, what I would say is that to go down that road, let's also be cognizant and respectful of the Burnsville Community Foundation, who has done all of that. So I would say, instead of making a decision, is to ask staff to do some of that work and bring back some information to us about how that, what that would look like, whether it goes through the Burnsville Community Foundation or staff does it, because when it goes through the Community Foundation, it doesn't come before us.
Right.
So,
and they're getting a cut, which
Yeah.
is why we have that.
yeah, but they're doing the work rather than,
Staff.
our staff does some work, but
I
like the
had-
benches and all of that. I think we ordered the benches. We order the benches and then they do all the other work. And then there are plaques, because I have a bench, and then I bought the bench and a plaque that goes on a bench. You're saying, where would these memorials go if it's going to be at Alamagnet? Are they going to be where?
Go ahead.
If I may.
Yeah, because staff can do that, because I don't know where they would go.
So
Melanie?
if I may, the policy that guides staff is 3.030, and I don't expect you to remember that, but basically what it says is only the following types of memorials will be allowed in the park system. It's a memorial bench with a plaque, paver brick, memorial trees, or donation given to the foundation. So those are the four parameters. I think what Councilmember Workman is asking about is there interest in giving staff a little bit more discretion on something other than these? And if so, what is the council's comfort with that? And if so, what does that look like? So I think that's, am I capturing
I'm
that?
comfortable with having done administratively, but let's understand what that is, and where is it going to go? Is it going to be on a fence? You know, I just want to understand.
And
where
that's what staff would like to, Madam Mayor and Council, is just clarity. I mean, we can administer all sorts of stuff on a staff level, but we want to make sure that it's within the council's expectations.
Yeah,
I feel I'm comfortable with it, with staff being able to handle that situation. We already have a plaque for Charlie in the dog park
Yeah.
on a big boulder.
yeah.
And when I'm there, I usually say hi to him when I walk by him. So.
When I spoke with Skip at the foundation, he had said that another individual wanted something similar at the dog park, but, ultimately the foundation had to say no, and then offered, the 4 that they had, and I think she ended up doing one of those, but I didn't sense frustration, but I sensed maybe some desire to maybe wanting to say yes to a few more than what they have, because they might be able to do more with more.
Well, then why, I would suggest, council, that we direct staff to do some work around that, because, Councilmember Gustafson is right, we have a plaque for Charlie. So why not a plaque but somebody has to pay for it.
Of course,
There's
yeah.
a charge for all of
I'm
that.
trying to navigate this somewhere in the middle, because I don't want to use any kind of preferential. I have a desire to honor a friend that doesn't fit within our parameters. So I'm not trying to make exception for myself, but I'm also seeing an opportunity to maybe open this up a little bit more, because I think there's more opportunities than what we're just offering.
Okay. Council, are you okay to have staff work and with the Burnsville Community Foundation and come back and tell us how that would be?
Yeah,
Okay?
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, anything else? Okay, Councilmember Gustafson.
Is this on reports now we're going to,
Yeah,
for committees?
yeah.
I have nothing to report, but I'd like to talk to the council about possibly eliminating reports at the end of our work sessions. Unless it's something really urgent that we need to hear about, I think it'd be good for us to just,
Yeah.
we go to our committees and we talk to each other anyways, and so
Okay.
I'm not necessarily sure that these reports are all that relevant these days as they used to be.
Okay. Do you have anything?
Fire muster, working away, grinded.
Okay. Kara?
So I will have coming up, and I bring it up, even though it's not a report on something that just happened, but I'm going to be having the DBB meeting coming up, Dakota County, Dakota Broadband. And I bring that up because we are looking at, the members are deciding, do they sign the IRU or do they not? And I believe one of our members has already decided not. But the next time that I bring this to council, I will be asking council if we sign or not. And then getting that feedback from you guys, and then I will be doing what council decides on that.
That's an important item to talk about.
It is an important item, yeah, absolutely. So I did want to give the heads up that this is going to be coming to council, probably our next work session. Just a heads up.
Okay. Councilmember Keeley?
Oh, we're going to do it even though Councilmember Gustafson doesn't want to report on anything? We're still going to do this?
Well, he's just bringing it up now. Do you want to?
I'm just bringing it up.
We can decide on that, have that discussion, but you have a report to give?
Well, just a couple things. STA and MVTA, all the providers are having challenges with driver shortages, and they all reported a growth in express ridership, and then it suddenly plateaued when everyone, all the companies, major corporations announced a delay in their return to work. MnDOT Air Mobility Work Group met for the first time. We have 19 members. About 5 were from MnDOT, another 4 were from the U of M, so almost half the members are U of M and or staff, but they're going to add more members. Katrina feels they'll pick up 3 or 4 more to round out the full group. We're meeting quarterly. The World Economic Forum on Advanced Aeronautics Mobility, we had presenters from LA and Hyundai. Just very interesting, as I mentioned in the past. It's a fascinating subject matter and technology that is very exciting. Heart of the City race. We have probably at this point in time, we have more registrations than we've had in the past, so seeing some very strong interest. two large running groups. One has got a group of 40 that is already registered, and another group that has 94 members is recruiting their members to register as well. So, of course, we're all watching. Same with the fire muster, watching the Delta variant and the impact it's having with like the state fair announcing that they may be considering mask mandate to enter the fairgrounds. Any large mass gathering of people, if the Delta variant caseloads or case numbers continue to increase as we get closer to our events, we will have to take up that discussion as well. But we want everyone to be safe, and I think our positions on both of the events has been, wear a mask if you choose. It's totally up to you. We have not made a decision whether we'd have to mandate it to attend. The race is a little less clustered, I would say. People are able to really spread out, so you don't have to bunch up at the starting line and take off because it's all chip-based crossing the threshold. So we could actually space people out there. Let's see. There was one other thing that I was thinking about. Can't remember what it is, so that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Municipal Legislative Commission, we only meet quarterly. There was nothing significant in that meeting. We did have a legislator speak to us, but there was nothing significant. For the Savage Burnsville meeting, it was all updates on the 13 corridor, 42 vision study, nothing significant. Melanie, did you think there was anything that's significant in that Burnsville Savage? We talked about ARPA money.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah. And then the metro cities, Greg and I attend those. Nothing significant with regard to the last legislative session on the Metropolitan Council. Nothing significant there. Burnsville Community Foundation, we did not meet last month. We will meet this month. And Economic Development Commission, you all know that we lost a member, and we're going to be
We're recruiting.
advertising and interviewing for another member. International Festival, we did a hybrid on the last event with Party in the Park, and that went very well. And then the other part is going to be virtual. That's all I have. So,
I forgot, the one I forgot was Metro Cities Transportation and General Government Committee. That's the one
Yeah.
we had our first meeting and went through the laundry list of legislative agenda
Yeah.
items. But we did, Mr. Peterson wanted to address one particular issue, and so he gave me his notes, and I brought that up. He's a great partner on these. It's awesome to have him in that particular meeting.
okay,
And we're virtual, of course, still.
okay. So to Councilmember Gustafson's suggestion that we do away with reports, thoughts?
I don't agree. I'm good with doing it. I don't think it needs to be long. I think my notes today were very concise.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I don't really have a strong opinion.
Because when he said it, then
One way or
you
another.
had thumbs up, and now,
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, I don't have a real strong opinion about it. If I have things that need to go out, I say it, but if
Yeah.
it's just like regular stuff, I don't. So I guess I already do that.
You self-police already.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah,
And that's what I
don't
said,
care.
unless it's something really important.
yeah. Vince?
I think we like to tease Dan about the length of his reports. And that's why.
Couldn't do it tonight, though, could you?
We did very well tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
seldom
that's the
have-
thing, if your reports were concise,
Well,
and if
it's a
they
matter
were,
of interpretation. I have a lot of committees, and we talk about a lot of stuff, and I take a lot of notes. because I'm very deeply engaged in what I do.
Well, so are all of us, but the things that we do is we just tell what's significant or not. Okay,
Highlights is
So-
all we need.
huh?
Highlights is all we need
Yeah.
to pass on.
That's,
I'm fine keeping them if
okay,
they're,
all right.
highlights.
Consensus seems like keeping them.
Okay.
Okay. All right, if there's anything else? Melanie, Greg, Michelle? With that, we stand adjourned by acclamation. Thank you.
There we go.